Chapter 2661. 2 consecutive slashes. The demon-slaying blade blocked Stardust's attack, and the god-slaying blade directly sent Stardust and his spear flying. It was obvious that he had suffered a huge shock and impact. In terms of power, the million-star field was not inferior to the peerless Dragon Salyer, but Long Chen had won in willpower, in the control of the power of time, and even more so in the compatibility between him and the peerless Dragon Salyer. With one slash, Stardust lost a lot of face. Although the injury was not serious, and to a god, this kind of injury was nothing, the loss of face was huge. He, a dignified divine lord of the Perfection Realm, the pride of the demon race, was actually forced to retreat by Long Chen's slash. Moreover, it had not been long since Long Chen obtained the peerless Dragon Salyer. For a moment, there was an uproar. 2 consecutive slashes, and in terms of time, it was only a matter of an instant. For Long Chen to be able to gain the upper hand in this instant, it was indeed far beyond everyone's expectations. The gods watched the following development in disbelief. Of course, they knew that Stardust had only looked down on Long Chen at the beginning. After suffering this loss, he should be smarter. At least for now, they had not transformed into their true bodies to fight. The gods were quite willing to see the battle between the starry sky dragon and the divine dragon. Indeed, after being forced back, he immediately became furious. He stretched out his hand, and the million-star field turned into countless stars and returned to his hand. At this moment, his hair was fluttering in the wind, and starlight surged in his eyes, as if there were countless stars exploding in his eyes. His entire body flickered like stars, and the vast universe like astral emperor power in his body erupted. With Stardust's current ability, if he did not have the eternal opal stone, he could destroy the dragon sacrificial continent in one move. The light was boundless, and the million-star field released a dazzling light along with Stardust's roar. Every star released endless power. You have the qualifications to let me, Stardust, fight you with all my might. That roar spread throughout the world, allowing all living beings to hear the commotion here. The scene was too big, as if there was a black sun and many galaxies in the sky. It was impossible for everyone not to notice. This battle also made those who did not know much about gods look forward to it. Listening to Stardust's words, it seemed that Long Chen's performance was not bad. Not only was it not bad, Xingchen's words were just to save some face for him. After boasting like this, it was clear that he only had one chance left. If he didn't suppress Long Chen this time, he would probably lose a lot of confidence, and it might lead to his eventual defeat. He couldn't imagine and couldn't accept such an outcome. One chance. Xingchen gritted his teeth. This time, he was going to be serious and turn defeat into victory. The million-star domains pierced into the heavens, fusing together with his body. A great snake formed from starlight coiled around his body, shining brilliantly. At this moment, the million star fields were pointing at a galaxy hanging in the sky. It was a galaxy that was quite a distance away from the dragon sacrificial continent, and there were many stars on it. Seeing this scene, the God King of Hell said, Long Chen is really not bad. He can actually force Xingchen to use this move. I'm afraid this move will directly decide the outcome of the battle. Will Long Chen be in danger? Di Yao was shocked. At this moment, after Long Chen used the second slash, he did not follow up with another attack. Instead, he looked at the furious Xingchen with a relaxed expression. From the looks of it, victory or defeat should be within his grasp. Of course, it could also be because he has no other choice and is pretending to be calm. However, I have to say, the peerless Dragon Salyer you gave him is even more suitable for him than his own 2 swords. The God King of Hell said in shock. The thing that shocked him the most about Long Chen was that Di Yao actually made a move against him, and even gave him the peerless Dragon Salyer. This was a problem that he could not understand. After all, Di Yao's identity was too noble, and anyone would be envious of her and want to obtain her love. For example, Xingchen. However, no one had ever made Di Yao go through so much trouble. He could only sigh at Long Chen's luck. At this moment, the Stardust killing move was completed. The millions of star domains danced in the air, using the power of the rules to affect the galaxy in the sky. After a while, the galaxy in the distance actually began to fluctuate violently, and the countless stars on it began to move and change under the guidance of the rules of the starry sky. In the end, it even headed towards Long Chen. Countless stars attacked. Star River Fall. Stardust held the million-star domain in his hand as he angrily rushed forward and pierced with his spear. It was a simple spear thrust, but it was so different because behind him, there was a galaxy descending at a terrifying speed. An entire galaxy, countless stars, under the guidance of his million-star domain, descended from the distant starry sky at a terrifying speed. To the living beings on the dragon's sacrificial continent, an incomparably gorgeous meteor shower appeared in the sky. It was as if a galaxy had collapsed from the starry sky, bringing about the end of the world. But in reality, that was not the case. The moment those galaxies fell and descended, they were actually fusing together. They were weak, and all of their essences were gradually fusing together. The stars were hard to begin with, and when all of their power and brilliance were condensed together, what appeared was naturally terrifying. This was the greatest lethality of the Stardust technique. What the gods saw was the fall of an entire galaxy. When it landed in front of them, everything had already disappeared. The only thing left behind was a dot of stars. This dot of stars descended on the tip of the million-star domain's spear. A galaxy had fused into a dot. It could be seen how terrifying this dot of power was. It could completely penetrate through everything, especially when it attached itself to the million-star domain and became the sharpest part of this fortune-divine tool. At this time, Long Chen already felt the most terrifying aspect of this million-star domain. It could simply penetrate through everything. As expected of the Star River Fall. In the face of such a threat, the gods were also trembling with fear, especially those with the strength of Stardust. They admitted that they did not have the ability to block such a fatal blow. Therefore, they couldn't help but feel pity for Long Chen. After all, he had angered Stardust. Now that he had lost, he would have to abide by his promise. If his wife and children were killed by him, then he would have suffered a double loss. After a moment of shock, Long Chen was calmer than anyone else. At this moment, he was holding the large saber with both hands, firmly standing in a horse stance in the starry sky. His eyes were as calm as water, and he was like a completely different person from before. At this moment, his eyes gradually turned illusory, turning into nothingness and emotionless. This was the moment when the power of time was activated. He didn't have much time. In just an instant, the Star River Fall had already fallen in front of him. He simply slashed out with his saber. This slash was different from the previous ones. In terms of power, he estimated that it was stronger than the Demon Slayer and God Slaying. This was because this was the third move of the peerless saber scripture, Dragon Slaying. It was also a saber technique that didn't focus on technique, but focused on spirit and willpower. It was also the move that the three-legged Black Shadow was best at. At the moment of release, the three-legged Black Shadow used all his strength to activate this move together with Long Chen. Of course, Long Chen understood in his heart that the other party had already gone all out. In that case, even the third move of the peerless saber scripture might not be able to block it. Therefore, he added the most important but absolutely non-conflicting power to this move. That was time rupture. This move of his had slashed out two types of laws: killing and time. Among them, the power of time rupture caused a certain degree of consumption for him. With a simple slash, the sharpest part of the blade collided with the Stardust's million-star domain that had merged with a star river. This was the century version of a collision. At this moment, something strange happened. From the looks of it, the million-star domain was at least 10 times more powerful than Long Chen's peerless saber scripture Dragon Slaying. After all, in terms of scene, Dragon Slaying could not compare to Demon Slaying and God Slaying. From the looks of it, Long Chen was bound to lose, and might even be killed. His reaction seemed to be rather slow. But the current situation was, the Stardust and the million-star field were all frozen in place, their faces instantly pale, and Long Chen was indeed sent flying by the huge force. The peerless dragon Salyer flew out of his hands, instantly disappearing into the starry sky. He was shaken, and the dragon scales on his hands were also broken. What happened next was that Long Chen was surrounded by a green flame and quickly recovered. Although he was forced back, he instantly returned, and in the blink of an eye, he was back in front of the Stardust. Stardust's complexion was deathly pale. Although his galaxy fall had defeated Dragon Slayer's move, he also couldn't escape the power of time rupture. At a high degree of consumption, when encountering the dissipation of power, he was instantly exhausted, and it was even difficult for him to move. At this moment, Long Chen rushed over. Whiz! The peerless dragon Salyer that flew out instantly returned, and when Long Chen approached the Stardust, it appeared in his hands, and in the next moment, the peerless dragon Salyer appeared above the Stardust's head. Stop! Swish! A violent gust of wind blew, tearing apart the Stardust's messy hair and sending it flying backwards. The peerless dragon's salure hissed, revealing a peerless killing intent, lying horizontally on top of the Stardust's head. This was something that Long Chen had deliberately stopped. If it continued to descend, it should be able to cut the Stardust in half. Boom! This was the end. Stardust originally wanted to move, but Long Chen's peerless dragon salure had already pressed down on his neck, and used the back of the blade to fiercely slap his head, causing the pale-faced divine monarch to bleed from all 7 orifices. Don't move. If you move again, you'll die. It's over, Stardust. Long Chen stared at the other party's eyes that were filled with realization and said quietly. He had succeeded. With the peerless dragon salure, Stardust was no match for him. Although he was still fighting against him in the form of a demon beast, he had already lost. He didn't even have the time to transform into a demon beast. The million-star field in Stardust's hand almost fell out. He felt dizzy, and was unable to accept this fact for a moment. The more he looked at Long Chen, the more furious he became, and at this time, he could not help but raise the million-star field again, and was about to stab towards Long Chen's chest. Long Chen had long noticed his movements, and before the other party could make a move, he had already moved away, and in front of the gods he said, "You're not a child. What's the point of going back on your word? If you're a man, you have to bear the consequences. Now that you've already lost, don't deny it. Do you still remember your bet?" Perhaps when Long Chen finished speaking, the gods would know that this matter was already over. The citizens were also waiting for the results of their battle. This was a magical era, and they could often see the legendary gods fighting in front of their eyes. Long Chen has won. At this moment, it was unknown how many people were dumbfounded. He was always like this, creating miracles again and again. Now that the gods had returned, he was still like a monster, creating many impossible miracles, and this time, he even defeated a divine lord in the consummate realm. For the gods, this result was also a great surprise. Many people's emotions were actually similar to Stardust's. He had lost too quickly, too strangely, and naturally had a lot of unwillingness in his heart. He could not bear the fact that he actually lost in front of the woman he wanted to pursue, to this native that he looked down on at all. Heavens! His battle with Long Chen had already caused Di Yao to loathe him. Now that he hadn't even won, and had instead lost to Long Chen, how much would Di Yao despise him? How would he ever be able to pursue such a heavenly woman in this lifetime? Especially now that he thought about the previous bet, how terrible it was, how terrible it was. An ominous glint flashed in Xing Chen's eyes. At this time, he had recovered a little. Seeing that Long Chen was almost an arrow at the end of its flight, Xing Chen suddenly went mad. He attacked again and said angrily, "I'm not dead yet. How can the winner be decided?" Chapter 2662. However, he was soon intercepted by a deity. That person stood in front of him, making Xing Chen unable to move. Long Chen took a closer look and saw that it was the God King of the starry skies. He was facing Long Chen, and his eyes were even more abstruse. It was as if the stardust in his eyes was a starry sky, while the God King's eyes were the boundless sea of stars, unfathomably deep. He was the most famous starry skies flood dragon. Pow! At this moment, Xing Chen did not recognize anyone. Just as he was about to cross over to fight Long Chen, he was ruthlessly slapped by Starry Sky God King. Although he had a divine body, half of his face was almost ruined. One could imagine the pain. Starry Sky God King's slap was even more serious than the injury Long Chen had inflicted on Xing Chen. Of course, this made Xing Chen even more confused. The other deities also took a deep breath. They could feel Astral King's anger. "Brother!" Xing Chen immediately cried. This was the most humiliating moment of his life. If he couldn't kill Long Chen right now, he was thinking of suicide. He didn't have the face to live in this world anymore. Being defeated by someone he looked down on was a huge blow. He couldn't accept this fact. Astral King glared at him with iron majesty. As a man, as a deity, you can't even admit defeat. How can you admit anything else? Today you lost. If you can't even believe this, you are destined to be defeated by others for the rest of your life. If that's the case, I might as well die. Brother, Xing Chen's heart was in great pain. He felt dazzling eyes all around him, making him wish he was dead. He didn't dare to look at Di Yao for fear of seeing her look of disdain. Face Di Yao. Astral King didn't show any mercy. He pressed down on his head and looked at Di Yao. He whispered in his ear. Tell her that one day, you will win it back. Tell her not to jump to conclusions so quickly. Have you forgotten what I taught you about courage as a man? Today's setback is nothing to you. You can't even acknowledge the strength of your opponent. What else can you do in this life? Xing Chen swallowed the tears in his eyes. Under the control of the Astral God King, he had no choice but to look at Di Yao. At this time, Di Yao was too lazy to look at him, and even more so, she did not want to meet his eyes. If it was not out of respect for the Astral God King, she would not be stingy with her disdainful gaze. I will win it back. Wait for me. Under the suppression of the Starry Sky Divine Monarch, Xing Chen's emotions crumbled and he shouted. Very good. Now it's time to fulfill your bet and fulfill your promise. Starry Sky God King threw him in front of Long Chen. The other gods were shocked. Starry Sky God King was really angry today. But of course, he would not target Long Chen, but his brother. That promise was kneeling in front of Long Chen. Kneel! Starry Sky God King kicked him twice, making Xing Chen cry out in pain. He knelt in front of Long Chen. His pained, bloody eyes met Long Chen's calm gaze. This young divine beast's eyes were filled with hysteria. Long Chen did not speak, watching Starry Sky God King's performance. Call him Grandpa. Starry Sky God King glared at Xing Chen. No, I can't. He is not qualified. He is. Slap. Another slap, deforming Xing Chen's head. Starry Sky God King's tone was calm. He said again, you can't even accept failure. What's the point of living? Call him Grandpa. Don't make me say it again. Starry Sky God King's ruthlessness had already made all the other gods silent. Even Hell God King shut his mouth and watched his education and performance. Xing Chen could not bear the pain. The person he had been unable to resist in his entire life was this big brother. Today, he had lost a lot of courage, and it also made him pile all his hatred on Long Chen. He knew that if he did not do as the Divine King of Starry Sky said, he would definitely be miserable today. If he did as the Divine King of Starry Sky said, it was very likely that one day, the Divine King of Starry Sky would avenge him. Grandpa! Louder! Grandpa! In the end, Xing Chen shouted Grandpa 3 times at the top of his lungs. Not only did it deafen Long Chen, but it also made everyone laugh. Now, the entire dragon sacrificial continent probably knew about this shameful matter. Remember today's humiliation. Remember today's laughter. From now on, you will no longer be the Xing Chen of the past. You will become an avenger. Place your enemy in the highest position. Don't think that today is the end. Today is just the beginning. The higher you place yourself, the more miserable you will be when you fall. Today's lesson will be enough for you to learn for the rest of your life. Vaguely, Xing Chen heard Starry Sky God King's words. This suddenly made him feel enlightened, but also more gloomy. He opened his eyes and looked at Long Chen, who was watching all of this without batting an eyelid, and suddenly grinned. Goodbye. Xing Chen said this as blood flowed out. Brothers, we will take our leave first. The deity king of Starry Sky did not look at Long Chen. After bidding farewell to the deity king of Hell, he stopped the stardust and left with the angry godly spirits of the monster clan. Finally, they disappeared from the sight of the human clan. The gods watched them leave and were speechless for a long time. The gods left looked at Long Chen. The result was so clear that no one could say anything. Some were shocked. Some were gloating. That was because Long Chen had undoubtedly offended Starry Sky God King. If Xing Chen surpassed him in the future, then Long Chen's fate would undoubtedly be very miserable. Xing Chen was forced to this extent by Starry Sky God King. He would not hate Starry Sky God King, only Long Chen. Disperse. Hell God King waved his hand. The gods roughly knew that Long Chen seemed to be in a relationship with Princess Di Yao. They couldn't help but believe that rumor. After thinking about it carefully, they could not help but feel that Long Chen was terrifying. In order to get close to Di Yao, he would actually do such a thing. Today, he even easily dealt with his rival in love. Although everyone looked down on him, this person was really too terrifying. The Storm God Monarch and the others' hearts thumped. They immediately left to avoid being as miserable as Xing Chen. After they left, the God King of Hell said. Today, Xingfeng got angry and gave his younger brother a chance to be reborn. With his ability, he should be able to make Xingchen advance to the next level. If he walks ahead of you, he will definitely seek revenge on you. With Xingfeng's actions just now, he already has no choice but to kill you. Although we can protect you, it is better for you to have some vigilance. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire. Originally, it was nothing. Back then, when Long Chen knelt down and called him grandfather, he was only teasing him. He did not ask Xing Chen to do it. It was Starry Sky God King who forced him to do it. How could he bear such humiliation? Today's extreme actions would be returned to Long Chen in the future. And understood. Long Chen could not help but sneer in his heart. Hell God King was his biggest enemy. He really thought that Long Chen did not know that it was him who made the move. In his heart, he could not wait to kill this guy 1,000,000 times. That was a hatred that would not rest even if he died 10,000 times. Princess, you are? Hell God King asked in a low voice. You can leave first. Di Yao waved her hand, dismissing the God King of Hell. It was finally time for her to be alone with Long Chen, she smiled charmingly and said. To be honest, you were really handsome just now, and almost captivated me. I never thought that the peerless dragon blade would be so suitable for you. I feel that it is a wise decision for me to give it to you to use. With it following you, I can be at ease in the future. Speaking of the peerless dragon Salyer, he did indeed have to thank her, but Long Chen did not really like to be alone with her. Di Yao was already different. The way she looked at him did indeed have the feeling that Lingxi had said, if they were friends, it would be for the best, but if they were to get too deep, it would be a hot potato, a big problem. He maintained his distance and said, I really have to thank the princess. This blade is very useful. At this point, Di Yao interrupted him and said, Didn't I tell you to call me Yaoer? It seems that even if I give you a knife, you still don't treat me as a friend. Long Chen, you care about the rumors outside, right? Don't worry, I know what kind of person you are, and I will definitely believe you. Of course, we are clean, and the turbid are turbid. You are still very depressed, and it is rare for me to have a friend. If you don't think so, then I can only say that I am thinking too much. Seeing that she was a little angry and a little disappointed, Long Chen could not help but feel a headache. Now that he had taken her peerless dragon Salyer, it was just right for him to use it. Of course he did not want to offend her, so he said awkwardly, About that, Yaoer. I'm just not used to it. Of course, it's not that I don't treat the princess as a friend at all. It's just that I've encountered a great calamity, and my mind is in a trance. It's difficult for me to be distracted, so I hope the princess can forgive me. Di Yao's change should be because the Curse Realm Guardian had almost killed her, and the time he had saved her was the second time she had saved her. Although Lingxi did not like her, so Long Chen maintained a distance between the two of them. If Di Yao was a good person, it would not be a problem to make friends. As long as he did not cross the line, it would be beneficial for him to deal with the God King of Hell in the future. Therefore, he couldn't just ignore her. After all, he still had the things that she had given him. If only the plain sword and the spirit sword came back. Just as he was about to say goodbye and go back, Di Yao stopped him and said, What's the hurry? It's not easy for you to come out. In the past, you were in pain in your heart, so I couldn't order you, but now that it's been a long time, don't take advantage of me, you have to listen to me today. I'll take you to a place to relax, I'll give you a surprise. You won't even give me this face, right? Then I have to take back the peerless dragon Salyer. Or let my father break your legs. She was barbaric, but she had quite a character. Long Chen thought for a moment. After all, she couldn't eat him. As long as he insisted on one principle, then there wouldn't be a problem, especially since he had already become enemies with the Starry Sky Divine King. He instructed Xiao Lang and Yen to look after the 5 great dragon cities, then said to Di Yao, Then let's go. Di Yao instantly laughed. Her light-colored long hair fluttered in the wind, and her smile was as bright as a sunflower, giving people the feeling of a spring breeze. At least you're sensible. Otherwise, I'll break your dog leg. Di Yao smiled smugly before turning around and twisting her slender waist. Her long dress fluttered in the starry sky, revealing her slender figure. One could vaguely see her perky buttocks sticking out slightly, which was quite enchanting. Especially her identity as the daughter of the supreme ruler of the 10,000 worlds. It made people unable to help but feel envious. Chapter 2663. Long Chen could see the world that Lingxi was in, and Lingxi could also see the world that Long Chen was in. In the battle between Long Chen and Stardust, she had enough confidence in Long Chen. According to Long Chen's character, he would only engage in this battle if he was at least confident. During this period of time, he had completely controlled the three-legged black crow and the peerless dragon slaughtering saber. Subduing this guy, the harvest was huge, and he himself had the conditions to defeat Stardust. After trying it out, the peerless saber scripture was indeed powerful. There was no need to talk about fusing time into the peerless saber scripture. Time was a mysterious power, it could even fuse with all kinds of attacks, which gave Long Chen a lot of inspiration. From the beginning to the end, Lingxi had never been worried about Long Chen. In fact, on the other side, she was also fighting, but her opponent was Lingxi, who was by Long Chen's side. She was not as confident as Long Chen. It could be said that her battle, from the beginning to the end, was thrilling. Long Chen had been using the fire of his life to protect her. It had been a while since she chose to fight against Di Yao's mortal sword intent with her bare hands. From being unable to resist, to slightly comprehending, until today, she had already entered a rather crucial period. From Long Chen's observation, her understanding and usage of the mortal sword intent was getting closer and closer to Di Yao's. The time they spent fighting was getting longer and longer, and with her finger as a sword, she was actually able to fight against Di Yao. She worked very hard, and to Long Chen, her hard work was a reminder of his hatred, making him unable to forget that moment. After being hit by the ascetic fragrance, Lingxi had almost died. Even now, his hatred for the God King of Hell was still burning like fire. It's about time. Lingxi closed her eyes. She was already able to freely deal with the battle. Her fingers were surrounded by sword qi, fighting against Di Yao's wooden sword. It was almost no different from Di Yao's mortal sword intent. Although it was just a finger, every move was no different from a real sword. One could imagine what kind of power she would have when she held a real sword. The enlightenment of the mortal sword intent caused a huge change in Lingxi's aura. In the past, she looked gentle and weak, but now she was not. Her entire body was enveloped in an awe-inspiring sword qi, causing people to be intimidated. Her ethereal temperament had been refined by the sword qi, rising to another level, giving her an indescribable beauty. People only dared to look at her from afar, not daring to get close, only daring to admire her, not daring to profane her. Even those spirited eyes hid a strong killing intent. Of course, she would not show this to the person she loved. In front of Long Chen, she was still the same as before. She was just stronger. Not only in appearance, but also in spirit, because the sword will had already fused into her primordial spirit. When I go back, return the peerless dragon's salure to her. This woman is too much of an eyesore. I always feel that she has ill intentions. Moreover, making her my enemy here, I feel that it is some sort of reminder for me. Lingxi was jealous as she fought. Long Chen said, no problem. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Lingxi pursed her lips and said, maybe I'm too sensitive. To be honest, if I think about it carefully, I feel that she is still of some use. Just don't let her become your enemy, or else it will be a big problem for you. If she has any requests, as long as it's not too excessive, just satisfy her a little. Lingxi was not an unreasonable person. She knew that with their current level, they could not offend this little divine emperor. In order to protect the 5 great dragon cities, Mo Xiaolang, Soyian and the others, Long Chen had no choice but to give Di Yao face. After all, she did not have any ill intentions from the beginning to the end, and it was probably because he had saved her before that she was grateful to him. Focus a little. I want to see what you will encounter after you comprehend the mortal sword intent. Between Long Chen and her, they were the closest people. Lingxi indeed needed to focus. Her cultivation of the mortal sword intent was nearing the end. At this time, Long Chen was following Di Yao around the dragon sacrificial continent. He was silent the whole way. Di Yao could not help but turn her head and ask, "It's been so long, are you still not feeling better? Will it kill you to talk to me?" "No matter how much time has passed, as long as I don't get my revenge and find the culprit, my heart will definitely not be at peace. This matter will never end." Long Chen's expression was cold. Di Yao's eyes flickered. She naturally would not tell Long Chen that the real culprit was her. She sighed helplessly. "All right, I understand. It seems like my only way is to wait for my father to return and have him take a look." But since we are good friends, I can't always see you in such a depressed state, losing your direction in life. At least in front of me. Can you say a few more words to me? Seeing her sincere expression, Long Chen nodded and asked, "Didn't you say you would bring me to an interesting place?" Di Yao nodded and smiled mysteriously. "Actually, we are already here." Long Chen looked around. It was just an ordinary forest with increasingly powerful demonic beasts. The eternal opal had changed a lot, but it did not make this place any more interesting. Di Yao's eyes flickered and said, "Don't look around, we are here." At this time, she took out a pure white pearl that was surrounded by a purple aura. It was about the size of a fingertip and was very pure. It seemed to be empty inside, but upon a closer look, one could see that there were many lives inside. This was not an ordinary pearl, nor was it a destinable artifact or a primal chaos treasure. However, with a single look, Long Chen could see that this pearl was extraordinary. It should be a mysterious item, but it could not be considered interesting. Upon a closer look, there seemed to be a world inside. And it might be a relatively large world. Di Yao said mysteriously. "Guess what it is?" Long Chen shook her head. She was the daughter of the Divine Emperor, so it was normal for her to take out something so mysterious. Di Yao giggled and said, "This thing is called the Dream Spirit Pearl. It's not a creation artifact, nor is it a primal chaos treasure. It's actually a world with many interesting things hidden inside. You'll know when I bring you in." "What's inside?" To be honest, this was given to me by my father when I was young. At that time, he was not by my side and I was very lonely, so he gave this dream pearl to me. For a long time, I lived in this dream pearl. There were many companions that made me happy and brought me a lot of happiness. I saw you frowning every day, so I wanted to make you happy. Then I thought of this dream pearl. Let me tell you, besides me, you are the second person who has the right to enter this place. No one else has this chance. Long Chen was not very interested in this thing. Although she wanted to free himself from pain, her intentions were good, so he could not make her angry or refuse. "I promise you will be very surprised when you enter, because this is a wonderful world with many of my friends." Under her control, the Dream Spirit Pearl had already opened a door. Inside is the Dream Spirit Realm. Di Yao suddenly grabbed Long Chen's hand and pulled him into the Dream Spirit Realm. Her hand was soft and smooth, but as soon as she entered, she pulled it back. She smiled at Long Chen. "I'm just pulling you. Don't try to take advantage of me." Long Chen did not listen to her words, because he had indeed seen many interesting things. After a closer look, this Dream Spirit Realm was really quite big. It was at least half the size of the Eternal God Realm, and its territory was even vaster than the Dragon God Realm. It was a small independent world, and this world existed in the pearl. It was indeed very magical. Moreover, the space inside was quite stable, at least a bit higher level than the Spirit Essence Star Sea. This meant that the Dream Spirit Pearl was definitely not simple. According to what Di Yao said, this was a gift from her father to accompany her when she was young. Then it might be a hidden treasure that could release terrifying power at a critical moment. Of course, this was only Long Chen's guess. The second reason he was surprised was that this world was especially beautiful. The Dream Spirit Realm was different from ordinary worlds. It was like a world of dreams. The entire world was light purple, and some trees grew on the ground, some floating in the void, and some in the sky. They were as soft as water plants, emitting a faint light. There were flowers of various sizes and shapes, and a strange fragrance assailed his nostrils. In any case, everything seemed to be outside the rules, like a dream. But the most surprising thing was the creatures here. This is Dream Spirit. They're all my friends. As soon as they entered, Di Yao's face was brimming with excitement and a bright smile. Now there were many small creatures surrounding them. On closer look, they were purple creatures with dragonfly wings. They were only about 2 centimeters long, and looked a little like Lingxi, who had hidden in Lingxi's sword. They were not in human form, and their shapes were also different. But they had a pair of bright, big and cute eyes. Their mouths were bright red as they circled around Di Yao, shouting at the same time. "Little princess, you're finally back to see us. We're so happy." Yeah. "Why are you so late? You're so annoying. I don't want to play with you anymore." "Don't say that. Little princess must be busy cultivating and defeating bad guys." Long Chen took a closer look. These little creatures had no power in them. They might not even be able to pluck a single leaf. They were very pure, but the smiles on their faces were so real that people couldn't help but want to pinch them. Don't worry, everyone. Although I'm late, I've brought a new friend today. Di Yao smiled sweetly at Long Chen. Just call him Big Brother Long Chen. He won't hurt you. Suddenly, a dozen small dream spirits surrounded Long Chen, asking him all sorts of questions. There were also quite a few other dream spirits joining in. In a world as big as this, there should be hundreds of millions of dream spirits, or even more. Di Yao said, they have no power and they don't fight. They're naturally kind, and there's no darkness in their hearts. I've been playing here since I was young, so you can't bully them. Right now, she was very different from when they first met. Back then, Long Chen had seen her bad temper with his own eyes. Long Chen pondered for a moment, but he still couldn't figure out what was so strange about this dream spirit. However, it was indeed interesting to have such a group of little things surrounding him and asking about his well-being. Perhaps Di Yao had really put in a lot of effort to relieve him of his pain. Chapter 2664. This was a dreamlike world. Di Yao was very excited after arriving here. She had forgotten about Long Chen, but Long Chen was also surrounded by many dream spirits. They were very cute, and they kept asking Long Chen questions. They were very curious about Long Chen. Big brother, are you also big sister Di Yao's friend? We are too. That means we're friends too. Of course. Big brother, tell us about the interesting things in the outside world. We can't go to the outside world, because once we go there, we will disappear. But our dream spirit realm is big enough, and I've already traveled the entire dream spirit realm. More and more cute dream spirits surrounded Long Chen. This was a very different place from the normal world. It was very mysterious and had no rules. It was hard to tell which side was the sky and which was the earth. At this time, Di Yao leaned over and revealed a moving and intelligent smile. How is it? The place I'm introducing is interesting, right? At least it won't be like you, using a strange black dragon to trick me and taking advantage of me. Very interesting. Long Chen looked around. The 10,000 worlds were simply too big, so it was hard to know how many new and interesting things there were in this boundless world. For example, this dream spirit world was a world of its own. Dream spirits were neither humans nor beasts, and had no power. However, they seemed to have eternal life, which was even more mysterious. Although they called Long Chen Big Brother, in terms of time, Long Chen was far behind them. As for the matter of taking advantage of her, he wasn't too interested in mentioning it. Right now, Lingxi was still in that place, and it was also the most critical moment. Long Chen was constantly using the fire of his life to protect her, and his mind was not on Di Yao. If it wasn't for the fact that he had to give this guy face, he wouldn't have followed her around blindly. News of their arrival in the dream spirit realm spread like wildfire. As they ventured deeper, more and more dream spirits arrived. Before long, there were hundreds of thousands of little creatures glowing with purple light dancing around the two of them. They were laughing joyfully. They weren't dead, they weren't sad, they were just happy. The atmosphere here was very beautiful. No wonder Di Jun would send these things to accompany Di Yao. It was hard to be in a bad mood when interacting with these dream spirits. For example, at this moment, Di Yao was dancing with the dream spirits. Her beautiful figure danced with the dream spirits, and her melodious laughter spread throughout the dream spirit realm, attracting more dream spirits. At this moment, she seemed to have returned to her childhood. She no longer had a spoiled temperament, only a beautiful smile and a pure temperament. Is this her original appearance? Seeing her so happy, Long Chen felt that he had some prejudice against her. Maybe it was because of the first impression. In his judgment, since she wanted to make him happy and avoid pain because of Lingxi's death, and even gave him the peerless dragon blade, it was also a kind of good intention. In this realm, Di Yao could indeed touch the heart of any man. She was like a cold and aloof peony that couldn't be tainted, but people couldn't help but want to touch her. Of course, Long Chen wasn't moved. He only admired the beauty of beauties, but he didn't have the heart to think about it. There were so many beautiful women in the world, and one or two sincere ones were enough. But Di Yao did do one thing, and that was to come to the dream spirit realm. Feeling this magical world, Long Chen's mood improved a little. At this time, Di Yao stopped and asked, Why are there only you guys? Where are the other dream spirits? At this time, the dream spirits stopped and started talking. Tens of thousands of dream spirits talking at once was too noisy, but Long Chen still understood what they were saying. It seemed that something called an evil spirit's heart had appeared in the core of this world, and it was destroying the dream spirit realm. Once it grew to its peak, it could destroy the entire dream spirit realm. The dream spirits didn't seem to be worried, and Diao walked over to Long Chen and said, "I'm sorry, I wanted to bring you here to relax, but I haven't been here in a long time. I didn't expect something troublesome to happen here, and I have to go take care of it. You're so powerful, so why don't you help me?" Long Chen didn't think too much about it and nodded. "Let's go first." Diao didn't stop and walked towards the direction of the evil spirit's heart. She said, "You roughly understand by now. Dream spirits are special creatures that can only exist in the dream spirit realm. They are one with this world, and although they don't have any power, they don't have any conflicts. They never have any evil or pain in their hearts, only eternal happiness. They were born together with the dream spirit realm, and have never died. In other words, they are immortal spirits, and their lifespan might even be longer than my father's. It really is a magical place. What is this evil spirit's heart?" Long Chen asked as he looked ahead. Diao furrowed her brows and said, "Although they are kind and selfless, there will be a day when they will change. Some dream spirits will experience a sudden change in their long lives. The most obvious change is that their bodies will quickly turn gray, and they will become selfish, bitter, ferocious, robbing, and invading. They will gather together, and when thousands of evil spirits gather together, they will form an evil spirit heart. The more evil spirits there are, the bigger the evil spirit heart will become, and more dream spirits will be attracted to become evil spirits. As time goes on, all dream spirits will become evil spirits, and the evil spirit heart will be infinitely large. In the end, the entire dream spirit world will be destroyed." It was obvious that she didn't want these pure creatures to become selfish and violent, and she didn't want her childhood memories to be damaged. Is there a way to solve this? She didn't seem to have any reason to lie to him, so Long Chen naturally believed her. Although he was still on guard against her, it was normal for him to help out of courtesy and gratitude. Diao suddenly smiled and said, "Don't be too nervous, I knew you would care." Diao suddenly smiled. "Don't be too nervous, I knew you would care. You're a good person. Let me tell you the truth, every master of the Dream Spirit Pearl has gotten rid of the evil spirit heart before. I've also formed an evil spirit heart before, but my father helped me get rid of it, so it wasn't difficult. I can deal with it myself now, but every time I get rid of an evil spirit heart, it's equivalent to the death of those dream spirits. If this continues, there will be a day when the dream spirit realm will lose all of its dream spirits, so I'm not used to it. Just watch from the side when that time comes, and help me get rid of some that slip through the net." So it was just a small matter. Long Chen didn't mind. He was more curious about what the mysterious dream spirits would look like when they gathered together. "Actually, I'm thinking too much. There are so many dream spirits, and even if they gather evil spirits' hearts every once in a while, it will be tens of millions of years before all the dream spirits disappear. Who knows if I'll still be alive by then?" By the time he said this, they had almost arrived. The reason why there weren't many evil spirits to welcome Di Yao was because most of them were around the evil spirit's heart. The dream spirits looked at the center curiously, but they weren't afraid. When they saw Di Yao and Long Chen arrive, they scattered. Their previously pure and happy eyes were now filled with pity. Maybe they sympathized with the fate of their converted companions being eliminated. Long Chen stood at the side. In front of him was a huge gray flame that shot into the sky, emitting a monstrous aura. There seemed to be tens of thousands of evil spirits inside. They were incomparably angry, and they kept roaring. Their small bodies released a shocking amount of power. Compared to the weak dream spirits around them, it was like heaven and earth. Di Yao landed in front of the evil spirit heart, her hands already holding the 9-star emperor sword that looked like 9 suns. Her expression was pure and holy as she said imposingly, "Everyone, disperse first. I have to get rid of them. Otherwise, you will quickly be assimilated and your world will be destroyed." "Thank you, Princess Di Yao." The dream spirits gradually dispersed, giving them a lot of space. "Just stay here and help me get rid of the fish that slipped through the net." Di Yao turned around and gave Long Chen a heartfelt smile. This smile was so charming that Long Chen felt a little dazed. He thought that the person in front of him was Ling Shi. He nodded and watched as Di Yao dealt with this matter. Di Yao had already arrived in front of the evil spirit's heart. After meeting her, the evil spirit's gray flame, which was also the evil spirit's heart, became unprecedentedly angry. Tens of thousands of voices roared and cursed at Di Yao, who was trying to destroy them. We have eternal life, but we live in ignorance. We can only enjoy ourselves for thousands of years, like idiots. This kind of life has no meaning. We want to explore other worlds. We want freedom, we want emotions, and we want to live like you. If we can't obtain all of these things, this world has no meaning. We destroyed all the dream spirits just to free everyone. We are bound to be imprisoned here. The evil spirit's hearts roared madly. Nonsense. This is a happy world, and you've become corrupted and selfish. You don't deserve to live in this beautiful world. Di Yao didn't hold back and attacked. She first used her spatial laws, forbidden space dance. With the 9-star imperial sword in her hand, she danced in the dream spirit world. Under her beautiful dance, the space was sealed, and the green flames quickly stopped moving. The roaring evil spirits maintained their angry expressions, but they couldn't move. Graceful. Chapter 2665. However, the things in the dream spirit realm were not so simple. At the very least, Di Yao would not be able to deal with the evil spirit heart in one go. She had already used a relatively high-level attack, but after one attack, she was only able to split the evil spirit heart in half and eliminate the thousands of evil spirits. At this time, many evil spirits had already broken free from the forbidden space dance. Di Yao didn't panic. She put away the 9-star emperor sword, reached out, and used space law again. Long Chen saw this. He could tell from the battle between Di Yao and Xingchen. In reality, although Di Yao and Xingchen were at the same level, the daughter of the God Emperor was much stronger than Xingchen. She had been surrounded by the Black Dragon in the Curse World because her love rival had been careless. When it came to actual combat, in terms of power, she was still rather tyrannical, especially when the Space Rules and Raging Flames rules were combined. She even had a third kind of rule power, but she did not use it often, so Long Chen could not clearly see what kind of power it was. If he fought with her, the chances of him defeating her in a head-on fight wouldn't be high. Long Chen had an accurate feeling that Di Yao was a dangerous person. She has the Di Jun 3 swords that her father passed to her. She has the Di Jun 3 swords that her father passed on to her. It's a super powerful attack that combines the Flame Law and Sword Dao. Stunning Swan is only the first move, and the other two are even stronger. She's also proficient in a variety of space laws. She has great potential, but her mother is very mysterious. I don't know what she passed on to her. The 3-legged black crow was now completely on Long Chen's side and took the initiative to analyze Di Yao for him. Convergence World. This was the space compression law. The evil spirits that had been trying to escape were locked in a space. Under her control, the world started to shrink. Under the huge power of space compression, many evil spirits were truly crushed. They couldn't escape her control. 9 kills. Without batting an eyelid, Di Yao stabbed the 9-star imperial sword into the Unity Realm and slashed out 9 times. 9 streams of sword chi shot out like raging flames. Each of the 3-legged golden crows was formed from hundreds of thousands of blazing sword chi, and they covered the sky and earth, killing most of the evil spirits in the Unity Realm. This time, she used all of her skills and almost only managed to get rid of most of the evil spirits. Fortunately, the evil spirits had gathered together and formed the evil spirit heart. Otherwise, even if Di Yao wanted to kill them, it would be quite difficult. This is also one of the 3 swords of Di Jun. Of course, the one used by Di Yao and the one used by Divine Emperor Di Jun. One is in the sky, the other is on the ground. The 3-legged black crow said in disdain. By this time, the return to realm had been broken, and the evil spirit hearts had already been taken care of by Di Yao. However, upon closer inspection, there were still a few thousand evil spirit hearts that had escaped. If there were more than 1,000, it would be very troublesome. They would reform into evil spirit hearts, which would then entice the other dream spirits to become evil spirits and increase their numbers. In time, there would be tens of thousands of them. Or even more. Stop them. Di Yao shouted. At this time, she needed Long Chen's help. Without saying a word, Long Chen took out his peerless dragon salure. Coincidentally, at this time, a majority of the evil spirits were rushing towards him. His speed was extremely fast, and one after another, the blade aura shot out, accurately killing a majority of the evil spirits. Now that the evil spirits had dispersed, what they needed to do was to quickly finish them off. So Di Yao was the same as him, chasing after the evil spirits to kill them. You will never be able to kill us all. We will still continue to increase our numbers. One day, we will rely on ourselves to destroy this world and obtain true freedom. The evil spirits continued to shout at the top of their lungs, making their final struggle. So. Wherever Long Chen's peerless dragon salure passed, no evil spirits would be able to survive. To him, the few thousand evil spirits that escaped the net were just a small matter. Although there were still some that escaped, there were less than 100 of them in total, so it was not a big deal. Furthermore, the evil spirits were so obvious that if they searched carefully, they would not be able to escape. Di Yao could be considered to have displayed her godly might. The scorching aura of her 9-star Emperor sword was even easier to destroy evil spirits. Long Chen only had a hand in the blink of an eye, and did not use much strength. In the blink of an eye, the number of evil spirits in the surroundings had decreased, and this problem could be considered to have been solved. The two of them chased after a portion of the escaping evil spirits and gradually left each other, but the distance was not far. There were only a few left in his field of vision. After killing these few, there are probably only a dozen or so that have escaped. It's no longer a problem. Long Chen thought. Shwa. In the end, there was only one evil spirit left in front of him. The evil spirit looked at him with hatred, causing Long Chen to hesitate a little. However, he also felt that this world should not be destroyed, so he immediately took action and killed the evil spirit, preparing to meet up with Di Yao. Right at this moment, when the last evil spirit was turned into ashes, a pink light suddenly appeared. Like a snake, it followed Long Chen's peerless dragon salure and silently approached Long Chen. Not only did Long Chen not notice such a strange aura, even the attached peerless dragon salure did not notice it. The red light speed was extremely fast. Just as Long Chen was about to keep the peerless dragon salure into the divine nations, the pink light had already touched his finger, and in the blink of an eye, it disappeared. Long Chen was startled. He could feel that there was a strange thing heading towards the location of his primordial spirit. This feeling was way too familiar. Back then, the worldly desire fragrance had appeared out of nowhere and bewitched him, almost causing him to lose Lingxi. And now, the same feeling had descended upon him once more. How could the evil spirit that had been slain have such an item on it? Of course, the two things seemed to be different. Long Chen was very awake and did not fall into a deep sleep, and the pink light did not attack any part of his body. Get out! He activated the primordial divine dragon's heavenly tribulation origin energy in his body, and instantly blocked the path of the pink light. The power of the divine dragon formed an absolute suppression on the light, and at this time, the pink light quickly dissipated under the suppression, disappearing into nothingness. In this myriad worlds, there are indeed countless things that I cannot understand. For example, the primordial immortal spirit that caused me to fall into a deep sleep that day, and the pink light that appeared on this evil spirit's body. Long Chen was still a little shocked. But what he did not expect was that just as he thought the pink light had dissipated, a pink shadow actually appeared in his sea of consciousness, forming the shadow of a pink woman. Just as Long Chen's void universe dragon primordial spirit sensed it, the pink woman let out a seductive laugh, turned into a puff of smoke, and surrounded the void universe dragon primordial spirit. Long Chen, is it done? At this time, Di Yao had already dealt with almost all the evil spirits. She smiled casually as she walked towards Long Chen. She had already put away the 9-star Emperor sword, and was completely unguarded as she walked towards Long Chen. Long Chen's back was facing her, and at this time, the dream spirits had already approached. They surrounded Di Yao, still very happy and excited. All right. This time, I will accompany you guys a little later. At this time, Di Yao was in front of Long Chen. At this time, Long Chen suddenly turned his head, and his eyes had already turned blood red, flashing with incomparable desire. Long Chen, you, Di Yao was shocked. Just as she said the third word, Long Chen suddenly raised his peerless dragon blade and slashed down. What he slashed out was not the peerless blade scripture, but the time splitter. Di Yao had no way to resist at all. She had just summoned the 9-star Emperor sword, And although it had blocked the peerless dragon blade's divine chi and the attack of the primordial divine dragon's heavenly tribulation origin energy, it could not block the time splitter. 3 breaths of time. Lost time. In these 3 breaths of time, she had already lost the majority of her strength. Di Yao instantly became alarmed, because she saw Long Chen's eyes were bloodshot. He threw away the exceptional dragon slaughtering saber and instantly appeared in front of her. His hands pressed down on her shoulders, and with a violent force, he slammed her to the ground like a mountain. He separated her tender legs, pressed down on her hands, and violently pressed down on her body. At this time, Di Yao had already recovered from the time splitter. She had lost most of her strength, and under Long Chen's berserk primordial divine dragon's heavenly tribulation origin energy, her hands and feet were bound, and she was unable to struggle for a moment. The Long Chen in front of her was like a violent beast. No matter if it was his eyes or expression, there was only a strong desire. That violent gaze caused Di Yao's entire body to tremble, and tears streamed down her face. She couldn't even release her divine power, and was completely frightened by Long Chen. She could only subconsciously struggle, screaming, "Long Chen, what's wrong with you? What are you doing? Don't be like this." Long Chen could hear her words, and could even see her current appearance clearly. He could see her panic and fear, and she should be very afraid of him right now. In reality, his mind was extremely clear, and he clearly knew what was happening. All of his feelings were his own. For example, he could feel the elasticity and softness of Di Yao's body. The problem was, it wasn't that he was controlling himself. His Void Universe Dragon Primordial Spirit was currently surrounded by that pink smoke. That pink smoke was very strange, and seemed to contain the power of laws. It was actually temporarily binding Long Chen, and it was even controlling Long Chen's body. It was unimaginable that a mere evil spirit could have such a thing on its body. Long Chen wanted Di Yao to escape, but the problem was that he was trapped, and it was difficult for him to even say a word. All of the dream spirits surrounded them, watching in a daze, not knowing what they were doing. Di Yao was once again frightened by Long Chen's passionate gaze. She struggled with all her might, and her divine power finally recovered a bit. She was able to suppress Long Chen, and her hands began to struggle free. Right now, her face was like a pear blossom, and she looked very soft and pitiful. But at this time, Long Chen released one of Di Yao's hands, and used his other hand to grab Di Yao's clothes. With a forceful tug, the dignified daughter of the God Emperor turned into a delicate Xiao-bai rabbit in front of Long Chen. Her figure was so beautiful that it made one's blood boil. Di Yao let out a pitiful cry, momentarily forgetting to resist. Her eyes were filled with grief, and her body trembled as she allowed Long Chen to grab and knead her breasts. All of the dream spirits looked on in a daze, very curious as to what was going on. Long Chen was about to go crazy. If he didn't stop it, he would enter Di Yao's body in less than 5 breaths of time. That would be really troublesome. Last time, he had violently collided with her lips, and if he did this, he would really never be able to get rid of this woman for the rest of his life. This kind of thing definitely couldn't be done. Last time, the immaculate dust fragrance was broken by the mysterious dragon jade. But this pink smoke was different. It only confused and manipulated Long Chen, and didn't touch the dragon jade Dao seal. This caused Long Chen's Void Universe Dragon Primordial Spirit to use all sorts of innate abilities. Although it would definitely be able to dissipate the pink smoke, it would take at least 10 breaths of time. At that time, the rice would be cooked into rice. Although there was no danger to their lives, if it really happened, it would be too terrifying. Di Yao's face was completely red, and her body was trembling like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Such a beauty was at his mercy, and no one would be able to resist it. Little she. What gave Long Chen hope was that Lingxi actually succeeded at this time. In the midst of the decisive battle, she suddenly opened her eyes. Riddled with wounds, she finally comprehended the mortal sword will and used her finger as a sword to kill Di Yao. She was at the most crucial moment, so she hadn't paid attention to Long Chen for a long time. Now that she had succeeded, she almost fainted from anger. This was something that only she and Long Chen could do, and now Long Chen was almost done. Save me! Long Chen was about to faint from anxiety. How could something like this happen? Although he wasn't in control of his body, his senses had become even more intense. It was precisely because of this that his mind was disturbed, causing him to be unable to concentrate and break through the pink smoke. Lingxi finally understood Long Chen. She had just comprehended the mortal sword will, and she immediately used the threads of 3 lifetimes to stab Long Chen's primordial spirit. It stabbed into the pink smoke, causing the woman to be startled. At this time, Long Chen activated the time storm, instantly controlling the pink smoke. Just as he was about to succeed, he retreated thousands of meters and hurriedly put on his clothes. This level of danger almost scared him to death. To be honest, this was even more terrifying than almost being killed. Even in the face of death, he hadn't felt this weak at the knees. He could only pat his chest in relief. That was close. That was close. The problem was, how would he explain to Di Yao that although she wasn't cooked, she was still cooked, and only half cooked? What would others think? Chapter 2666. Even though he was out of danger, Long Chen was still very nervous. He managed to calm himself down with great difficulty. Everything that had happened just now was still fresh in his mind, as if the touch was still on his palm. Up until now, he still didn't understand how the evil spirits could produce such a terrifying thing that could affect him so much that he couldn't even control his own body. If this had happened in the middle of a battle, how terrifying would it have been? What is that? Lingxi was also very confused. Long Chen shook his head in confusion. I was helping Di Yao get rid of the evil spirits, but I don't know how these things came about. I'll go take a look. All right, don't let her misunderstand. Seeing this scene, Lingxi naturally felt a little uncomfortable. However, she understood that Long Chen wasn't at fault here. He was also a victim, so she hoped that Long Chen would be able to resolve this matter. All right. Long Chen calmed himself down. To be honest, it was easier for him to fight and kill, but it was terrifying to face a woman who was in such a situation. He carefully returned. The dream spirits were still surrounding Di Yao. When his gaze passed through the group and landed on Di Yao, she had already put on her clothes and was standing in a daze. She probably hadn't woken up from what had just happened. Her head was lowered, and her light blonde hair danced in the wind. It was hard to see her expression, and she was very quiet at the moment. It was hard to tell what she was feeling, but Long Chen knew that she definitely wouldn't treat him the way she used to. The most difficult thing now was how to explain things to her. Just say that I was controlled. Will she believe me? Long Chen was very puzzled. This was the dream spirit realm, and she should know that Di Jun wouldn't harm her, so she probably wouldn't believe him. In any case, he didn't have much confidence in himself. Princess, I want to explain. Long Chen stood in front of her and said softly. He was actually a little nervous. Although Di Yao had already put on her clothes, the sense of touch and sight from before still lingered in his eyes. It was hard to forget for a moment, and when he looked at her, he couldn't help but recall her appearance from before. Di Yao didn't respond. Long Chen said straightforwardly, "Please don't mind me. What I did just now was not my own will. I seem to have been controlled. I killed an evil spirit in the end, and a strange thing appeared to control me. Fortunately, nothing happened. Fortunately, I reined in the horse before the cliff." You said nothing happened? Di Yao struggled to raise her head. Her light golden eyes were watery as she looked at him. Her body was still trembling. Long Chen said awkwardly, "I don't think so. I'm sorry, I didn't do this willingly." "But it has already happened." Di Yao choked with sobs. Long Chen was speechless for a while. It seemed that in her mind, even if she was still a virgin, he had already touched her, which was a big deal at least for her. For a moment, Long Chen felt a headache. How should he deal with such a thing? Before he could speak, Di Yao pushed him away and said, "Go, I want to be alone for a while. You just lost your wife, I won't make things difficult for you, but I don't care what your reasons are. Since you've done such a thing to me, then, if you're not willing to be with me in the future, I might have to kill you. I can't let a man who doesn't take responsibility for me live in this world, I can't." After being pushed by her, Long Chen left the dream spirit's world. The dream spirit's world also disappeared. He didn't know where Di Yao had gone. The last sentence made Long Chen even more sluggish. "Stay with me for a long time? Isn't it just touching me a few times? That's too much of a joke." Now that Di Yao had run away, even if he tried to reason with her, it would be useless. The only thing he could do now was to wait for her to calm down. Maybe she would think it through. Anyway, no matter what, Long Chen would not be with her. At this time, Lingxi was supporting the only remaining meteorite sword, heading in another direction. She didn't know where she was going, but she didn't have the mood to look forward to it. Instead, she was thinking about Long Chen and Di Yao. After thinking about it, she said, I think it's a little strange. She is the master of this dream spirit's world, and this dream spirit's world was given to her by her father. Her father definitely wouldn't hurt her, right? Why would such a thing appear in this dream spirit's world? It's completely beyond the level of evil spirits. If it existed, why didn't Di Jun get rid of it? Moreover, Di Yao didn't know anything about it. Long Chen's mind was in a mess. He calmed down with great difficulty, thought about it, and asked in disbelief, Little Shi, what you mean is that what happened today might have been intentional? Although Long Chen had to admit that he was indeed very charming, it was absolutely impossible for a daughter of an ancient godly emperor to personally sacrifice herself for him. That was no different from a dream. Moreover, Di Yao should have the confidence to do so. As long as she wanted to sacrifice herself, there should be no one in the myriad worlds who would reject her. That's not the case. Anyway, there's something strange about it. From the beginning to the end, Di Yao gave me a strange feeling. You don't have to worry about this matter. Go back to the 5 great dragon cities first, and we can carefully analyze it. Long Chen set foot on the road back. In the end, she told me that she would either stay with me forever or kill me. If this is what she planned, the only thing that is hard to explain is why she did it. There shouldn't be anyone in the myriad worlds that would make her so anxious. After all, you haven't been here for long. Long Chen carefully thought about it. When he thought about this, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration, as if he had remembered something, but for a while, he couldn't think of it at all. It is indeed very strange. Maybe we are thinking too much. Maybe she does not understand the dream spirit's realm, or maybe Di Jun does not understand the dream spirit's realm, so. Since she thinks so, she still wants to stay with you for a long time. You will have some conflicts with her later. Although Long Chen had a headache, he wasn't afraid. He said, if she really likes me, she won't harm me. As long as I communicate with her, there shouldn't be a problem. He originally wanted to build a good relationship with Di Yao. When the time came, he would avenge Lingxi, so that she would put in some good words for him. But now that things had turned out like this, it could only be considered a matter of fate. By the way, do you know where your next destination is? I don't know, but it should be more interesting. Chen, maybe I can become a god before you. Long Chen smiled. Impossible, I'll be there soon, in a few days. To him, he was getting more and more aware that the great tribulation of gods and demons was approaching. That felt good, right? Humph. Nonsense, not at all. The feeling was far worse than yours. On a distant peak, a golden shadow looked especially beautiful under the light of the setting sun. Di Yao sat on the peak, hugging her knees. Tears flowed uncontrollably, covering her beautiful face. She stared blankly at the east. Why are you crying? Although he didn't succeed in the end, the relationship is still established. Your main goal is to form this relationship and make him feel guilty about you. As long as you succeed, it will be natural for you to have sex with him again in the future. The woman said happily. Di Yao was stunned. That's not enough. He touched me. I felt it. Of course not, but you've succeeded. Don't think about these details. What I'm curious about is where did the sword chi that broke me come from? It didn't seem to be his own power. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been unprepared. This wasn't Di Yao's concern. She was still immersed in what had just happened. Some of it was an act, but most of it was her true reaction. At that moment, she was indeed afraid and expectant at the same time. She felt weak all over. Long Chen's final retreat made her feel very uncomfortable. Now that I've basically completed this step, what should I do next? The woman thought about it and said, actually, you can use some god king of hell to make him do one more thing. An order-level treasure isn't that easy to get. He'll have to pay a higher price. Then what should I do? Listen to me. Then go find the god king of hell. Long Chen had just returned to Massacre Dragon City. Before he could think about what had happened today, the god king of hell suddenly appeared in front of him. This was the person who had a blood feud with him but thought he didn't know. He subconsciously looked fierce, but he was careful and hid it quickly. So it's the god king. That scared me. I was wondering who it was. The God King of Hell's eyes were cold today. After finding Long Chen, he asked, I heard you went out with the princess today. You just came back, right? Long Chen concentrated and asked, It's true. Is there a problem? He had already realized that trouble was coming. The God King of Hell looked at him seriously and said, Tell me what happened. Don't try to hide it from me. You can't hide it. As expected, Long Chen thought, since he told me this, he probably doesn't know the details. I can make it up. Maybe he just saw that Di Yao wasn't in a good state. So he quickly said, Is Princess Di Yao in a bad mood? Maybe it's because I haven't recovered yet and didn't accept her kindness, making her feel uncomfortable. Unexpectedly, the godly King of Hell said angrily, Things have already reached this stage, yet you still dare to hide it from me. I saw the princess cry. She has never cried in her entire life. You can't escape from this matter. Moreover, I already know what happened. Chapter 2667. What exactly did he know? Long Chen shut his mouth and looked at the god he wanted to kill the most. That day of danger, when he left, he would never be able to forget that scene for the rest of his life. If it wasn't for the fact that he had matured a lot, he might not be able to hold it in anymore. After all, he had almost killed Lingxi, the most important person in Long Chen's life. Seeing that he was silent, the God King of Hell said, I'm sure you can tell that it might be because of what happened in the curse world, or it might be because of something else. The princess should like you now. You should also be able to tell this. Right now, the whole world is talking about the matter between you and her. It definitely isn't groundless. Although Lingxi had said it before, Long Chen still wasn't mentally prepared. If she really liked him, it wouldn't be that easy, right? He kept feeling that he hadn't done anything at all. Speaking up to hear, the godly King of Hell patted Long Chen's shoulder and said earnestly, Everything I've said today is for your own good. I want you to look further ahead and not be too stubborn. Although she has just passed away and it's a little inappropriate right now, and you might not be mentally prepared, what's gone is gone. Such a good opportunity. Such a good woman. You only have one chance in this lifetime. As your seniors, we can't even be more envious of you. Long Chen, you've returned to the dragon sacrificial continent for so long, but have I ever harmed you? The last question made Long Chen's heart surge with killing intent. Of course, he said. God King has taken care of me, of course you wouldn't harm me. That's right. To be honest, this is a great thing. I'm proud of you. No man would reject a woman with such a high status. I believe you wouldn't either. Of course, you are a special case, so I can understand. I just hope you don't miss this great opportunity and bring a fatal disaster upon yourself. At that time, I won't be able to protect you. The God King of Hell didn't know what happened in the Dream Pearl. Otherwise, it wouldn't be this level of conversation. Obviously, he could either accept Di Yao or die. God King, please give me a few days to consider. Also, please send my regards to the princess. Long Chen said. Sure. The God King of Hell patted his shoulder again and said as an elder, The opportunity is fleeting. Becoming the God King's son-in-law, you are destined to achieve meteoric success and dominate the world. This is the ultimate wish and extravagant hope of countless deities in the myriad worlds. I'm so envious of you. Don't let go of this great opportunity. As he spoke, he laughed and disappeared in the blink of an eye from Long Chen's sight, returning to his infernal god city. Looking at the direction in which the God King of Hell left, Long Chen clenched his fists. He calculated for a moment and thought, My path to godhood is destined to be shorter and faster than these deities. Just wait and see, it won't be long before you pay the price. I really look forward to seeing your attitude and expression when that time comes. Whether it was the God King of Hell or the deities of ancient times, Long Chen didn't have the slightest bit of respect in his heart. He only had the desire to overthrow them and kill them. Now, there were many people who were bewitched by rumors, but Long Chen wasn't in a hurry. Those with a strong heart would have to endure the loneliness and give their opponents a fatal blow at the most crucial moment. He and Lingxi conversed. What do you plan to do? Lingxi asked with concern. She understood Long Chen and knew that he naturally wouldn't give up on her to ask for Di Yao. After so many years together, there was enough trust between them. Long Chen said, Looks like I can't drag it on any longer. Since I've confirmed her feelings, I have to make it clear to her as soon as possible. Of course, I have to use a tactful method to end this matter, but I can't let her have any killing intent towards me. Although I don't know why she likes me, since she likes me, there has to be a reason. She won't harm me, right? I think Di Yao. If she can't get you, she'll probably destroy you, Lingxi suddenly said. Long Chen thought for a moment. Lingxi's words made sense. But no matter what, he had to go find her. Di Yao's current palace was actually near the Hell God City. The Hell God King also shouldered the responsibility and mission of protecting her. Long Chen didn't think too much about it. After informing Mo Xiaolang, he headed for the Devouring Dragon City. He didn't tell them in detail about this matter. After all, it was a matter of love. It wouldn't be good if word got out. The path to godhood. If I can become a god, from the primordial realm to the perfected realm, and then to the ultimate realm that Xiaolang is in now, it will probably be much easier. The most important thing now is to become a god. After that, I won't have to fear so many things. The gods had returned. These ancestors had returned to dominate this world. Long Chen had become a bystander. They had changed this era and suppressed Long Chen. In the beginning, Long Chen had respected them. But now, be it his intuition or what had happened, it made Long Chen have the will to resist. It was the birth of this will that determined his path to godhood. He set off from the Devouring Dragon City and headed for Di Yao's palace. He pondered for a moment. If Di Yao really liked him, she should be able to help him. If that didn't work, he could delay it for a while. He already knew that if he offended this princess, he would be in big trouble. Now, trouble had indeed come. Di Yao's palace was on the south side of the Hell God City. Long Chen didn't go there. Instead, he headed straight for Di Yao's palace. The eternal opal above his head burst out with divine light that illuminated the world. Under the nourishment of the eternal opal's light, Long Chen's cultivation speed surged. He felt that he was gradually approaching a limit. I'm actually approaching the great God-fiend tribulation now? After waiting so long, he never expected that there would be signs of the great God-fiend tribulation right in front of Di Yao's palace. He just didn't know how long it would take for this to develop into reality. To become a real god. Although in the eyes of the deities, he was already a real deity and could even defeat a Sir God in the Great Perfection Realm, he really hadn't reached the level of a real deity. Most importantly, after becoming a deity, he could go to the Origin Dragon Palace and become a real dragon. The moment had finally arrived. The final great God-fiend tribulation would definitely be terrifying. Long Chen stopped in his tracks and stood in place, trying to grasp that mysterious feeling. But at this moment, he was forcefully interrupted. Suddenly, a godly spirit rushed over from afar and rushed in front of him. This was a skinny godly spirit with an incomparably withered face. He was all skin and bones, and his eye sockets were sunken in. There was not much flesh on his body, and his eyes were dim yellow as if there was a river flowing in them. Although he was skinny, he was wearing a grayish-yellow robe that looked extremely shabby. This was the god that Long Chen had never seen before. It was because his power was the power of death, negative power and dark power. However, it was undeniable that this god was one of the gods that Long Chen was wary of. It was because he was one of the few ultimate god emperors that had returned. God Emperor Yellow Spring. One of the ancestors of the dragon sacrificial continent. His strength could almost be ranked top 5 among the returned gods. He was one of the first batch of people below the 2 god kings. It was said that his personality was just like the Yellow Spring rule that he cultivated. Cold, evil and cruel. It was no different from primeval troll. Legend had it that the Yellow Spring Divine Lord had another name, which was Old Ancestor Yellow Spring. Among the 72 gods, he was a figure who was even more terrifying than the god kings. This was because most of the god kings were righteous, but Old Ancestor Yellow Spring was the only one who killed people without being punished. Now, this legendary figure was standing in front of him. He widened his grayish-yellow eyes and said with a sharp voice, "Long Chen, why aren't you mourning your deceased wife and daughter in the 5 dragon cities? What are you doing in my territory?" Long Chen was feeling the arrival of the great tribulation of gods and demons. Of course, he was a little annoyed when he was interrupted. He said, "I'm looking for Princess Di Yao. I'm just passing by. There's no rule that says this is your territory. I can't even pass by." Looking for Princess Di Yao? This essay. You're really as ruthless as the rumors say. In order to get close to Princess Di Yao, you even killed your own wife and daughter. You're even more ruthless than me, Divine Lord Netherworld. I admire you. All right, in order not to offend the future son-in-law, please swagger over from my territory. Although he had heard this many times, it still made him uncomfortable. However, this was a crucial moment. Long Chen had to close his eyes and feel the signs of the great tribulation of gods and demons. It was like a reminder to Long Chen. It was possible that Long Chen would know when the great tribulation of gods and demons would descend upon him. I'm talking to you. Did you hear me? Hurry up and go. Aren't you a toad lusting for swan meat? It's okay. There are many people like you. I'm used to it. I just want to see how long you can be arrogant. I'm really curious. God Emperor Yellow Spring sneered and stared at Long Chen. Long Chen still didn't move. What are you doing here? Are you stupid? God Emperor Yellow Spring was slightly angry when he saw Long Chen ignoring him. He waved his hand and a whirlwind attacked Long Chen. When his whirlwind hit Long Chen, it was suddenly shaken back. At this moment, the sky suddenly exploded. Chapter 2668. What the hell? Yellow Spring's divine sovereign was naturally suspicious and retreated a few dozen steps. But as he did so, a huge change occurred. Long Chen had seen Mo Xiaolong's tribulation, seen the Black World Tree, and seen the Torrent of Laws, so he roughly knew what was going to happen. Now, he was fairly certain that the great fiend god tribulation he had been waiting for had finally arrived. He had been waiting for this moment for far too long. To be honest, the gods had returned, especially the Hell God King who had secretly attacked Lingxi and almost killed Lingxi. He needed more strength than when he fought the primeval troll. Although he could fight a perfect divine sovereign now, it was far from enough. He wanted to surpass the Hell God King, surpass the War Demon, and Woo Woo Demon of the past. Even the Hell God King was a figure who could shake the myriad worlds. He was now Long Chen's target. And the great fiend god tribulation was Long Chen's first step. He had never been afraid of the ancient gods. He had even defeated the epic heavenly demon. Why would he be afraid of the ancient gods? Why would he be afraid of the hell deity kings? They were only in their peak condition. But Long Chen had inherited the blood essence of the 4 ancestral dragons. It was just that he hadn't been able to fully unleash this power. He hadn't even become a true dragon yet. Rumble. A huge commotion. Such a great divinity devil tribulation was very likely to be a fatal crisis. Long Chen didn't say anything and rushed into the starry skies from the eternal god domain. He was naturally worried that while he was crossing the great divinity devil tribulation, he would accidentally destroy the eternal god domain and bring harm to all life in it. He turned into a beam of crimson light, passed the eternal bright stone, and headed further away. He had to be far away from the Dragonrite continent before he could feel more at ease. This is the great fiend god tribulation. Yellow Spring's divine sovereign was dumbfounded. Old ancestor Yellow Springs, who had been alive for tens of millions of years, was stunned. He naturally remembered that Long Chen had defeated Stardust, the perfect grand essence divine realm starry sky serpent. In the eyes of the gods, there was something strange about Long Chen. The most obvious thing about him was that he had the immense power of a true god. It was just that his heart of laws had not been formed yet, but everyone thought that he had already become a god. It was just that he had not become a complete god, and there were some deformities. This was also the reason why the gods sometimes looked down on him. But in fact, no one had ever thought that he had not actually passed the great tribulation of gods and demons. He was not a person who had not completely become a god. Instead, he had not become a god at all, but he had divine power. Furthermore, he could already defeat people at the level of a perfect god. Such a thing had never happened in the entire myriad worlds. Therefore, to the gods, the appearance of such a miracle was simply unimaginable. In fact, the Hell God King wasn't far away. Sensing the commotion, he instantly appeared in front of the Yellow Springs god monarch and asked, "What happened?" Yellow Springs divine lord said in a daze, "It seems like this Long Chen hasn't transcended the great god fiend tribulation. He hasn't truly become a god. Under such circumstances, how can he possess such massive amounts of divine origin power? I previously believed that he had long transcended the great god fiend tribulation. Furthermore, His abilities have a portion of the nomological powers in them. The Great God Fiend Tribulation, huh? The Hell God King narrowed his eyes. At this moment, he had already rushed into the distant starry sky. Without another word, the Hell God King followed. A few other gods were alarmed and came over. They also rushed into the starry sky with the Hell God King to see what Long Chen was up to. In other words, if he had the divine power of a perfect god before transcending the Great God Fiend Tribulation, he would be even stronger after transcending it. I never expected that he would still have room for improvement. Even if we were in seclusion for 1,000,000 years, we probably wouldn't have made such great progress. It's a pity that there's only one chance to transcend the Great God Fiend Tribulation. As the commotion grew, more and more gods surrounded them. Among the crowd, a rather rare radiant God King appeared. He stood alone in another part of the starry sky with a deep gaze. Everyone knew that Long Chen hadn't completely become a god, but they didn't know that he hadn't even transcended the Great God Fiend Tribulation. This meant that if he could transcend the Great God Fiend Tribulation, his strength would skyrocket. The cultivation of gods was extremely long. Most gods would never be able to break through their current realm after reaching a certain peak. For example, the Hell God King was a primordial god king. However, he hadn't made any progress in this realm for tens of millions of years. This was his limit. If not for a terrifying fortuitous encounter, he wouldn't be able to make any progress no matter how much he cultivated in this lifetime. Therefore, to them, they spent more energy on comprehending the laws. 72 gods were basically the limit. Human gods still had more. If it was a divine beast of the demon race, it was more certain what realm they would reach. Every living being had their own shackles. Even god kings had their own limits. For example, Di Jun's highest life providence was God King. It wasn't possible for him to go any further. Of course, God Kings were already dominating the myriad of worlds. As for young people like Long Chen and Di Yao, there was still a lot of room for improvement. Now, it wasn't certain where their cultivation would stop at. This would depend on their talent and life providence. Di Yao naturally had a boundless future. As the daughter of 2 God Kings, there was a huge possibility that she would become the new God King. Long Chen was born in the Draconic Sacrifice continent. His birth was too low. The reason why the gods couldn't overestimate him was that his life providence might skyrocket in the early stages. However, his life providence wouldn't be that high in the later stages. In history, there were many people who directly soared to the monarch god realm and then stopped. They didn't make any progress for tens of millions of years. This was normal. Many things were determined by bloodline and life providence. However, today, they found that Long Chen hadn't transcended the Great God Fiend Tribulation. Therefore, it was hard not to be shocked. This meant that there was a certain possibility that the peak determined by Long Chen's life providence and bloodline wouldn't be as low as they thought. Now, the human gods of the Draconic Sacrifice continent had basically all descended. They looked at Long Chen in shock. In fact, the monster race gods were also paying attention to this matter. It was just that they didn't look up. God King, this Long Chen hasn't transcended the Great God Fiend Tribulation yet, and he's already at this level. Once he does, what do you think his level will be? Yellow Spring's Divine Sovereign was the first Divine Sovereign under the Hell God King. The laws he cultivated belonged to the Hell God King's Hell laws. He was the leader of everything. The Hell God King stared at Long Chen. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Maybe he can fight against you, a final divine sovereign. But maybe he'll die. His Great God Fiend Tribulation is very strong. How can he fight against me? Yellow Spring's Divine Sovereign laughed. A guy who just became a god. If he can defeat a final divine sovereign, how laughable would that be? How heaven-defying would that be? Let me calculate. Isn't that the same as directly crossing 5 levels? In the entire myriad of worlds, even Princess Di Yao with 2 God Kings doesn't have this ability. Yes, he's just a native of the Draconic Sacrifice continent. How can he? The gods couldn't believe it. The Hell God King didn't say anything else. He was looking forward to what would happen next. What kind of surprises could this Long Chen bring to him? At this time, Di Yao came to his side. Her expression was cold. The gods didn't dare to get close. But even so, it couldn't hide her soul-stirring beauty. Her red lips curled up arrogantly. Her cold eyes looked around. The gods couldn't help but lower their heads. They didn't dare to provoke this girl. Princess. The Hell God King stood beside her. Can you pass this tribulation? Di Yao asked. Although it was obvious that she had recovered from the incident in the dream spirit world, there were still traces of tears in her eyes. I think so. Otherwise, how can he be worthy of you? The Hell God King laughed softly. So, from now on he will be stronger than me. Di Yao stared at Long Chen. At this time, the huge world tree was beginning to take shape. The Hell God King said, Princess, you have many trump cards, so that's not necessarily the case. Especially, if you use the third law, I'm afraid none of the divine monarchs will be your match. I've heard that the God King's law is powerful. Di Yao shook her head. You don't understand. In order to truly activate that law energy, I would need a huge amount of stimulation. Only then would I be able to enter that path. So, what you are saying is that if it wasn't for the immense pain I suffered, I wouldn't be his opponent, right? She seemed to be very concerned about this. Because the best way to plant a seed of love was to kill the other party. This was what she told him every day. Hell God King narrowed his eyes and said, Don't worry, Princess. If you don't use the third law and want to see if he's a match for you, you can let Yellow Spring's immortal monarch fight. If he can defeat Yellow Spring's immortal monarchs. Di Yao thought for a while and said, Okay, the Yellow Springs divine monarch is the strongest expert under your command. He's much stronger than me. But he can't hurt Long Chen. Otherwise, I'll make you pay him back tenfold. The Hell God King was shocked. He knew that Di Yao was serious. He was in a daze. Things had already developed to this point. Why did Di Yao like Long Chen so much? In other words, he didn't understand what attracted Di Yao to Long Chen. While they were discussing, the great tribulation of gods and devils finally began. With a rumbling sound, the white world tree took shape in front of everyone's shocked eyes. It was a vast and gigantic world tree. Long Chen had clearly arrived in the distant starry sky, but this gigantic world tree still extended downwards. In the end, the roots of the world tree were planted in the entire eternal divine domain. It was as if this gigantic world tree had grown out of the vast territory of the eternal divine domain. To the people in the eternal God domain, they were surrounded by a snow-white light. This warm light made them feel very comfortable. It even made their cultivation base grow. What was even more invisible was that this snow-white light formed countless thin threads that wrapped around their bodies. From afar, the world tree was rooted in the eternal God domain. The countless snow-white roots even passed through the eternal God domain and swayed under the eternal God domain. Chapter 2669. All he could see was a vast expanse of whiteness. To the gods, they had never seen such a scene before. Many of them had almost forgotten what it was like to become a god. Although the new soldiers and generals remembered it, in their minds, the world tree they saw was definitely not as big as the one Long Chen was now. It might not even be 1% as big as it was now. This was truly shocking. The gods could not help but step back. They were speechless about Long Chen's world tree. The bigger the world tree, the greater the tribulation it might contain. Therefore, the gods were very curious about what kind of painful tribulation Long Chen would encounter next. Would he be able to endure it? The God King of Hell was looking forward to it. Di Yao was also looking forward to it. It had not been easy for her to progress to this stage. Of course, she would not let Long Chen die so easily. However, now that he had become stronger, it would undoubtedly be more difficult for her to control Long Chen in the future. Therefore, she was not too willing to accept it. For Long Chen, what he experienced at this moment was not tribulation, but warmth. This is my great tribulation of gods and demons? According to legend, it was the last tribulation before becoming a god. It was also a tribulation that countless people who were half a step into the divine spirit realm had never overcome. However, Long Chen did not feel any killing intent from it. Instead, he felt a special warmth. Therefore, even he himself wanted to know why. He could not see the entire world tree. He could only see the endless light around him, and he was standing in a rather central position. Long Chen remembered what Mo Xiaolang had said. The first process of the great tribulation of gods and demons was the baptism of the world tree. In fact, it was a transformation from a human to a god. This was a tribulation because the baptism was very painful. If one could not endure it, it was very likely that they would be turned into ashes. Therefore he was prepared. Soon, he saw many white things that looked like vines or snow-white willow leaves in the boundless world tree. These things were dancing in the air. They were very slender and kept circling around Long Chen. There was no way to count how many of them there were. Soon, these things that were revolving around Long Chen began to surround him, forming a thick cocoon around Long Chen. The strange thing was that Long Chen didn't feel any hardship from beginning to end. He only felt comfortable and powerful. Within the world tree, he grew stronger even faster. When he didn't even know to what extent these snow-white willow leaves had surrounded him, he suddenly felt a pure power of heaven and earth pouring into his body, guiding his body to undergo a huge transformation. First, it was the formation of the heart of rule in the world tree in his body. It was a vast, endless world that was even more stable than the sea of consciousness. For gods, it was something that contained their primordial spirits and rules. Only when the Tao seal on the primordial spirit reached this position would it become a real Tao seal of rule. Only then could he begin to understand the rules. The mystiques that Long Chen had used before were too similar to rules, so much so that even the gods couldn't tell them apart. In fact, they were just mystiques, the ancestral dragon mystiques. However, what would the ancestral dragon mystiques and rules fuse into? Long Chen was looking forward to it. He was even very excited. Bas! It was a mysterious power that seemed to originate from the primordial world. After being nourished by it, Long Chen discovered that his entire body had changed. This was the true transformation of his body from a human to a god. The biggest change was that his sea of consciousness had disappeared. From now on, his sea of consciousness no longer existed. Bas! The primordial spirit of the void Aeon dragon appeared in another place. This was a vast world. It was stable and connected to the entire world tree by countless thin lines. This was also a magical world. After arriving here, the primordial spirit of the void Aeon dragon was like a fish in water. Under the milky white power, even the Tao seal was undergoing a certain change. This was to prepare for Long Chen to understand the power of rules in the future. When the milky white power left his body, he had already transformed into a god. The strange thing was that he didn't experience any pain. This process was completed so quickly that it was like a dream. He even felt that there would be no danger from now on. It seemed that even the heavens were helping him today. He didn't have time to understand what that terrifying and strange power was before it completely disappeared. At this moment, Long Chen's skin was as white as snow, and his muscles were defined. His body was almost perfect, just like a newborn. And inside his body, there was no difference from the other gods. He had the world tree, the heart of rules, and the divine palace. Now, the gods didn't have the power of faith on them at all. Long Chen didn't know where their power came from. Perhaps it was the same as Mo Xiaolong's, where the divine palace was a flame or something else. But to a large extent, Long Chen still relied on the living beings in the divine palace, because he had become a god through faith. After he became a god, the 10 billion divine palaces shone brightly. Because of the return of the gods, Long Chen lost a lot of faith for a time. But now, when the entire huge world tree connected Long Chen with all the gods in the eternal god domain, he could feel the power of their lives and the power of faith of all living beings. This allowed Long Chen to obtain an endless supply of the power of all living beings. In the hearts of all living beings, the image of Long Chen became stronger once again. This was the 10 billion living beings. But at this time, something appeared in Long Chen's mind, and that was the inheritance dragon ladder. When he first stepped on the inheritance dragon ladder, with every step he took, he felt that he was connected with 10 billion living beings. Even now, those connections still existed. At this moment, when the 10 billion celestial palaces lit up, the connections that had disappeared before became clear again. Now, there were many people who recognized Long Chen the god. From the outside, the roots of the world tree had already passed through the eternal god domain and taken root on the dragon sacrificial continent. The snow-white light shone on the entire dragon sacrificial continent. From the inside, in Long Chen's body, around each divine palace, there were 100 smaller divine palaces. In each smaller divine palace, there was also a living being, and these living beings were actually connected with the trillions of living beings on the dragon sacrificial continent. Every living being in the divine palace had a normal small size. And the living beings in the large divine palaces were even 10 meters tall. Long Chen's body didn't change, but in his body, 1,000,000,000,000 smaller divine palaces and 10 billion larger divine palaces were born. Because he became a god, All living beings on the entire dragon sacrificial continent entered his body. Through the living beings in the divine palaces, Long Chen was simply connected with the people of this entire world. At this moment, he finally understood that this might be a gift from the ancestral divine dragons. Because he had obtained all of this by stepping on the inheritance dragon ladder. However, his body could give birth to another trillion living beings. With so much faith, even if everyone only knew a little about him, even if they only had a little bit of faith, Long Chen would be able to obtain boundless power, a power that would almost cause his body to explode. Under the refinement of the primordial divine dragon heavenly tribulation mystic tome, the power of hope could be quickly transformed into the primordial divine dragon heavenly tribulation source power. Long Chen's current state was not just a surge of power. He was also in the same state as he was in the spirit essence star ocean. Because he had obtained countless faith, he had enough power to use the spirit essence twin swords. In the entire dragon sacrificial continent, the image of Long Chen appeared in the mind of every living being. Regardless of whether they knew Long Chen before or if they had any suspicions about Long Chen, at this moment, they all held a spirit of reverence as they looked at this god that suddenly appeared in their hearts. This wasn't caused by Long Chen himself. It must be those divine dragons that disappeared. They must be helping him. They must exist. Long Chen couldn't help but be overjoyed. This proved that his and his father's lifelong pursuit wasn't wrong. Just like how the Black Jade Dragon Head told him to protect the dragon sacrificial continent. Just like how the Curse Realm Guardian silently protected the Curse Realm's dragon tomb. Just like that mysterious origin dragon palace. They needed him and were helping him. They bestowed him the faith of all living beings. During the first metamorphosis, he was safe and sound. He completed the foundation of becoming a god and completed the metamorphosis of the heart of law and primordial spirit. During the second metamorphosis, each god palace was surrounded by 100 smaller god palaces, giving birth to 1 trillion new god palaces and living beings. Even if it was just the foundation, the countless faith of all living beings still benefited Long Chen greatly. It allowed his primordial divine dragon heavenly tribulation source energy to skyrocket and even maintain a full state at all times. Although his body didn't change, the contents of his body were infinitely huge. In reality, every god was like this. But in terms of the size of their bodies, even a god king couldn't compare to the current Long Chen. He was destined to have potential and talent that even the gods would be envious of. Just like Mo Xiaolang, he was simply a living being without a peak. But this wasn't the end. The great tribulation of gods and demons that he had been waiting for so long wasn't a tribulation to him, but a blessing from start to finish. The gods couldn't see Long Chen's current appearance, but they could feel a kind of boundless aura. At this moment, a god exclaimed, "The torrent of law has also appeared, but it's actually 100 times bigger than normal." Around the world tree was the vast torrent of law. The torrent of law was something that would appear when all living beings in the myriad worlds became gods. This was the great law of the myriad worlds. The entire myriad worlds were under the great law of the torrent of law. All living beings obtained God's laws from the torrent of law, such as the black hole law, time law, hell law, yellow springs law, and so on. There was also Mo Xiaolang's flame law. Even Mo Xiaolang's fire forbidden realm seemed to be a mystique that was awakened from his bloodline, but in reality, it was also a kind of law. It wasn't the flame law, but his devouring law. It was just that this law wasn't obtained from the torrent of law, but awakened on his own. This was related to his bloodline and talent. When Long Chen saw the torrent of law, he was a little puzzled. What should he do? Chapter 2670. In the torrent of laws there were trillions of laws. Every water droplet was a law. Some laws existed everywhere and were very easy to find. Some laws were mysterious and difficult to find. Everyone had a law that was suitable for them. Usually it was one. If one had two, it would be considered complicated. If one had three, it would be rather complicated. Although most people who could cultivate 3 laws were very confident, it didn't mean that the more laws one had, the stronger one would be. If one could master one law to the deepest level, it might even be stronger than 4 laws. Although there were trillions of laws in the torrent of laws, no one dared to be greedy, let alone get one that wasn't suitable for them. For example, if one had been cultivating the Tao of fire all this time and suddenly wanted to obtain the law of water, it would be suicide, so no one would do that. Mo Xiaolang had obtained the most ordinary law of fire in the torrent of laws, but in battle, he had awakened his own law of devouring. Long Chen had a total of 5 Dao seals. Other than the Dragon Jade Dao seal, they were the Massacre, Time, Life, and Karma. Other than the Massacre Dao seal, the other 3 were the most mysterious and difficult to find laws. He was fearless as he headed towards the vast torrent of laws. In fact, once the torrent of laws appeared, it meant that he had basically succeeded in becoming a god. Next, he just had to choose the law that was suitable for him from the torrent of laws. This was a matter of choice. His gaze was focused on the countless dazzling laws. Countless water droplets danced in the air, and each water droplet was a world of laws that contained thousands of mysteries. These laws constantly flashed in front of Long Chen's eyes. Some water droplets were larger, and they were also chosen by the most people. For example, the Massacre Dao seal. This was a very common law. He didn't even look for it. That drop of blood-red water broke through countless rules and arrived in front of Long Chen. It seeped into his rule heart and finally fused with the Massacre seal. From then on, Long Chen could be considered to have the Massacre rule. Although he could suppress a god with the mystique of the ancestral dragon, if he truly became a god, coupled with the power of rules, the mystique of the ancestral dragon would grow to an unimaginable state. Long Chen first closed all of his senses and focused on the Slaughter Dao seal. After fusing with the Slaughter nomological laws, the Dao seal changed little by little. It was as if it had gradually come to life from a state of deathly stillness. It gave birth to a huge life force. All of the divine abilities he had obtained from the primordial blood spirit dragon in the past had surfaced. After encountering the power of laws, all sorts of interesting changes had occurred. Rumble! Long Chen transformed into the primordial blood spirit dragon and crashed into the torrent of laws, knocking away countless water droplets of laws. After becoming a god, the huge advantage of the primordial blood spirit dragon's body was also revealed. The divine dragon's body was incomparably powerful. The power born from the fusion of mystique and laws gradually took shape in the Slaughter Dao seal. Slaughter Dao seal. Heaven slaughtering blood sword. Blood spirit stab. Blood weeping dragon soul. 10,000 death claw. Divine flame. Death realm dragon gate. After fusing with the laws, it seemed to become a power that truly belonged to the ancestral dragon. These tyrannical mystiques were all undergoing terrifying changes. This change was very likely that a mere Slaughter Dao seal could become as powerful as the Death Realm Dragon Gate. It was just that the method of attack was different. In the torrent of laws, Long Chen was constantly comprehending these new powers. Time. In the midst of thousands of torrents, he finally saw the water droplet that belonged to time. Illusory, formless, and difficult to find. Long Chen rushed forward, directly opened the divine dragon's mouth, and swallowed the water droplet of laws of time. The water droplet turned formless and integrated into the Time Dao seal in the heart of the law. The Time Dao seal was also undergoing the same change. Rumble. Long Chen transformed into an illusory great void Aeon dragon. In the Time Dao seal, the time mystiques of the past were also undergoing huge changes. Time reversal, eternal instant, illusionary bubble, time roaming dragon, dream of the origin, time storm, time reversal, chaotic sea of time, time rupture. Any mystique that encountered the laws would produce terrifying changes. For example, eternal instant. This was time stop. He was only at a low level of time stop, but when he fused with the laws of time, it was already moving toward a higher level. Even if he faced a god, they would probably be unable to move. It might even be more powerful than Di Yao's forbidden space dance. Then, Long Chen found the water droplet of life. He turned into a 15-headed Tai Chi spirit dragon and continued to wander, looking for the last divine Dao heart-refining dragon. At the same time, the 14th sacrifice, the 14th life formation, and the fire of life were also fusing with the laws of life. Finally, he found the black and yellow Karma water droplet. Long Chen found it, then turned into the divine Dao heart-refining dragon and rushed out of the torrent of laws. Similarly, the Karma Dao seal was also undergoing terrifying changes. He believed that after fusing with the laws of karma, the divine prison of swords and sabers and the Karma Imperial Sword would become even more different. It was over. From the inside out, it was powerful in all aspects. Long Chen was exceptionally happy. Now that he had such a huge transformation, he would be able to take the initiative no matter what problems he encountered in the future. Even the day when he could kill the godly king of hell was not far away. Back when he had the power of a god and killed the blazing demon, it seemed like it was only yesterday. He did not expect that he would truly become a god so soon. In terms of combat strength, although there was no actual combat, as long as it was not a godly king or a godly emperor, he could fight. This was already quite heaven-defying. Even the ancient gods could only stare dumbfounded at his growth. Now, the torrent of laws and the world tree were finally beginning to dissipate. 3 transformations, from the primordial spirit and the nomological heart, to the god palace, and finally to the fusion of the 4 nomological laws. The results of this god ascension were much greater than Long Chen had imagined. To him, it was already quite satisfactory. Now he had also reached the great ultimate divine realm, but he was only at the primordial realm. Although it was the primordial realm, it was the most extraordinary primordial realm. Just as Long Chen thought it was over, he suddenly discovered a grey divine dragon swimming in the torrent of laws. It seemed to have countless broken wings and dragon claws, and its entire body was filled with the aura of disaster. It was extremely awe-inspiring. It seemed to have 2 dragon heads, and one of them seemed to only have dragon bones without flesh. You are a true dragon. You are only missing the Origins Dragon soul. They are in the Origins Dragon Palace. However, when you do not have the ability to protect the Origins Dragon Palace, do not open it, because it is what our enemies want the most. That voice was the most familiar to Long Chen. That was the voice of the black jade dragon head that had spoken to Long Chen back then. He did not expect it to appear here. It was a grayish-black divine dragon, and the feeling it gave Long Chen was that of the ancestral dragon. That's right, it must be the ancestral dragon. Long Chen was extremely excited. Just as he was about to speak, the torrent of laws and the world tree suddenly vanished. Everything vanished. That ancestral dragon had also vanished without a trace. Although he had become a god, Long Chen was no longer in the mood to be happy because of the ancestral dragon's appearance. He deeply remembered what the ancestral dragon had said to him. In the past, he had thought that the Origins Dragon Palace was very casual, but now he knew how important it was. Within 100 years, the dragon sacrifice will perish. Origins Dragon Palace. Enemy. With too much information, Long Chen needed to slowly think about it before he could process it. What kind of existence is he? Who is our enemy? Who is the mysterious existence that Sky Fiend Era mentioned? Long Chen was filled with shock. This was much more shocking than when he had become a god. Now he had true godly might, but he was a different god. Because now, he had obtained the faith of the entire dragon sacrifice continent. This made him look so different from the other gods. Now, all the gods were looking at him in a daze, feeling the earth-shattering change in Long Chen. As for Long Chen, he was still immersed in the matter of that dragon. He frowned deeply. He started to understand that he had received a huge gift today. Just like when he had ascended the dragon-bearing staircase, some kind of existence was looking after him, helping him, and treating him as the hope of the future. He could be the ancestral dragon, or he could be something else. Such an existence was like Long Qinglan back then, encouraging Long Chen. Of course, Long Qinglan seemed to have completely disappeared now. Long Chen did not know whether he was dead or alive. He really wanted to know. However, he did not have the time to think too much. The gods had already surrounded him. As the current leader of the dragon sacrifice gods, the godly king of hell came forward and applauded. Not bad at all. You have opened our eyes. With such a huge change, we really want to know how strong you will be after you become a god. Are you interested in letting us know? Long Chen put aside the matter of the mystical dragon for the time being. He looked around and saw that all the gods were staring at him. His strength might have made them even more fearful. After all, most of them were no longer a match for him. Long Chen said, "Godly King, do you have any arrangements?" The godly king of hell laughed heartily. "Of course it's a spar. I will arrange an opponent that you will definitely be satisfied with. You have just grown and must want to test your abilities. Young people are all like this. I understand, so I will let my #1 godly lord, Yellow Springs God Lord, spar with you. How about it?" The gods were shocked. They had guessed that it would be Yellow Springs God Lord, but they did not expect it to be true. This was a ruthless fellow who had been famous for tens of millions of years. He was not a good person even in the primordial age. If not for the godly king of hell protecting him, he would not have been part of the dragon sacrifice gods. In terms of sins, Yellow Springs Godlord was definitely the greatest. For a moment, the gods were smart enough to avoid him. That's quite a rush. Long Chen did not know why the godly king of hell was in such a rush. Could it be Yellow Spring's god lord himself? Or Diao? Chapter 2671. Before today, Long Chen had seen Yellow Spring's divine lord several times, but they had never interacted much. This god had always been led by the king of hell. Long Chen didn't hate him, nor did he hate him before, but now he almost wanted to kill him. First, it was because of what he had said to him before his great tribulation of gods and demons. It was intolerable, even though it was what many gods thought. Second, it was because of his relationship with the king of hell. The king of hell was the one who had almost killed Lingxi. Long Chen hadn't attacked him or revealed any killing intent because it wasn't the right time. But that didn't mean he didn't have hatred and anger. Yellow Spring's divine lord was the king of hell's lackey. Now that he had a fair chance to fight him face to face, Long Chen wasn't worried at all. He didn't hold back at all. This was the chance he had been looking forward to for a long time. So he said, "I've just become a god and I'm quite curious about my current level. It just so happens that Yellow Spring's divine lord can give me some pointers." Battles have no eyes. Yellow Spring's divine lord is famous throughout the ages, so please go easy on me. Of course, these were just polite words. At this time, Yellow Spring's divine lord had already come to the king of hell's side. He said sneakily, "Don't worry, of course I know what I'm doing. I won't let you lose too badly. After all, you've just become a god and can be considered a god weapon. You need to have some confidence in yourself." The gods all laughed. This Yellow Spring's divine lord was really despicable. Long Chen was talking to him so politely, but he still teased him. He didn't give him any face at all. "All right, don't embarrass yourself when the time comes." The Hell God King looked at him coldly, then left with Diao and the others. He said to Long Chen, "Just do whatever you want. We are all very curious about your current situation. If you perform well, the God King will also think highly of you in the future. Your position in our dragon sacrifice pantheon should be boundless." Long Chen closed his eyes. He could feel the boundless world inside his body. It was vast and boundless, like a sky full of stars. 1,000,000,000,000 divine palaces rotated within, and the living beings in the divine palaces were like stars. They were all his power, connected to all living beings, connected to his world tree. In the rule's heart, the power of the 4 Tao seals fused perfectly. His entire god spirit body seemed to be one with the whole world. His body was like a small starry sky. This was the most perfect spirit body. When he opened his eyes again, they were as bright as the stars, boundless and limitless. Gradually, a layer of blood covered them. The gods were ready to watch the battle. Patriarch Yellow Spring's reputation was very bad, and it had been like this throughout the ages. Evidently, he was a rather sinister person. At this moment, he clasped his hands behind his back and cackled. "Little fellow, your surging godly power really makes me wary. It's obvious that you're already above the Genesis tier. How enviable." He was an ultimate stage divine lord, yet he didn't even have the power of a god of creation. Patriarch Yellow Spring's boundless divine technique was very famous. The power born from cultivating it was called the Hell Reincarnation Yellow Spring's godly power. Although it was a 3rd-grade primordial tier, it was very close to the Genesis tier. The Hell Reincarnation Yellow Spring's godly power contained many sinister characteristics, such as endless corrosion and destruction. Patriarch Yellow Spring spread his arms, and waves of Hell Reincarnation Yellow Spring's godly power were released from his loose robe, sweeping across the starry sky. This place was originally quite far from the eternal god domain, but the power of the Hell Reincarnation Yellow Spring's godly power could even affect the eternal god domain. From the eternal life god domain, it almost looked like half of the sky had been sucked into a yellowish vortex that pulsed with ghostly energy. It was a sinister power that would strike fear into the hearts of anyone who heard it. However, a wave of power immediately suppressed it. It was a blood-red power. Slaughter. Divine Dragon. This was the origin power of the primordial divine dragon's tribulation. It had been a long time since Long Chen's blood boiled so much. Unknowingly, he didn't use the destinable divine weapon, but directly transformed into the ancient blood spirit dragon body in front of the gods. That was his current strongest form. Becoming a god wasn't just an increase in power. Now, he had the most boundless power. Dragon. Divine Lord Netherworld revealed a look of interest. Long Chen had never shown his dragon form when he fought before. He was very excited about this divine dragon. I really want to know what it feels like to slay a dragon. This was a mission from the godly king of hell. He had already ordered him to do his best, so he naturally wouldn't hold back. Although his divine body was too small compared to the divine dragon, the ultimate stage Divine Lord's power was inferior to Long Chen's in terms of grade, but in terms of numbers, he suppressed Long Chen. The two were in a stalemate. This showed how different Long Chen was at the moment. Because before today, his opponent was a perfect stage Divine Lord Xing Chen. Now that he had become a god, his power had increased by a level. The Hell Samsara Yellow Spring Divine Power and the Primordial Divine Dragon's Heavenly Tribulation Origin Power. Divine Dragon and Death. Divine Lord Netherworld snickered. He could not wait to take action. He wanted to restrain Long Chen as soon as possible. He had dominated for millions of years, so he had the confidence to do so. After all, he was ranked in the top 5 among the deities. Only the two god kings could truly suppress him. Death Vortex. Patriarch Yellow Spring acted decisively. The majestic Hell Samsara Yellow Spring Divine Power condensed into 2 huge vortexes in his hands. The vortexes produced earthy yellow spring water. It was a terrifying spring water born from the laws. Mutilated corpses and remnant souls kept appearing in the water. Blood filled the air, and a rancid smell spread. The 2 yellow springs' death whirlpools rapidly grew in size. In an instant, they had already broken through tens of thousands of meters, hanging in the sky like 2 full moons. The death whirlpools spun rapidly. The death whirlpools that God Lord Yellow Spring had created with his Hell Samsara and Yellow Spring's divine power pressed down on Long Chen. Rumble. It was unstoppable. The 2 death vortexes would collide where Long Chen was. Unimaginable danger was bound to occur. The gods were shocked. I didn't expect Patriarch Yellow Spring to be so ruthless. It's just a spar, but he instantly used the profound Divine Lord laws. If Long Chen can't take it, he'll die. Now it was Long Chen who was facing the attack. The gods held their breaths and focused. But in fact, Long Chen looked at the deadly attack coldly. He was decisive because he wanted to try something new. He remembered a scene. That was the day he truly transformed into a dragon. He awakened the Slaughter Dragon Seal and used it to defeat the 4 great swordmasters. Then he snatched Lingxi. The Slaughter Dragon Seal was the first mystique he awakened after transforming into a dragon. Later, the power of the Slaughter Dragon Seal gradually fell behind the level of Long Chen's opponents. But today, the Slaughter Law had truly perfected the Slaughter Dragon Seal. This was actually the Primordial Blood Spirit Dragon's most basic attack. It represented the Primordial Blood Spirit Dragon's will, slaughter. The Blood Divine Dragon suddenly rushed forward in the death whirlpool. 2 death dragon seals condensed on its left and right dragon claws, just like when Long Chen used the Azure Dragon Seal and the Profound Dragon Seal in Baiyang Town. Today, his opponent was a god, but he still moved forward bravely, just like he had in the past. Break. The evolved Slaughter Dragon Seal clashed with the Death Vortex. This was the clash between the Hell Reincarnation Yellow Spring Divine Power and the Primordial Divine Dragon's Heavenly Tribulation Origin Power. This was the first time Long Chen had fused a mystique and a law to clash with someone else's law power. If their powers were equal, Long Chen was actually suppressing Yellow Spring Divine Lord in terms of laws. Therefore, what the gods saw was the Slaughter Dragon Seal breaking the Death Vortex. Even Long Chen himself was shocked. The gods watched in shock as the Death Vortex's Yellow Spring Law was reduced to ashes. I've never seen Long Chen have such a law power. Did he just comprehend it after becoming a god? The gods discussed. Long Chen laughed. He suddenly felt that he was so powerful that even the Slaughter Dragon Seal could destroy his opponent's attack. What would the Primordial Blood Spirit Dragon's mystiques be like after they transformed into laws? At that moment, Yellow Spring Divine Lord was the first to lose and was furious. Not bad. You can immediately comprehend a new law power after becoming a god. Genius. Once again, Divine Lord Netherworld condensed his Hell Samsara Netherworld divine power. His face was filled with gloom. He had been renowned throughout the ages, causing people to tremble in fear at the mere mention of his name. Being called Old Ancestor Netherworld, he did not want to die here. Hence, he was even more careful. This time, He even used his trump card. Water of the River of Forgetfulness. With a wave of his hand, it was as if a huge cave had opened up in the starry sky. An extremely strange and sinister river water gushed out from it and circled around Divine Lord Netherworld like a snake. The river surged. The law power's greatest lethality should be on water. It seemed simple, but it would be troublesome if the water touched him. While Emperor Netherworld's face was gloomy and he controlled the water of the River of Forgetfulness to drown Long Chen remained calm and collected. While the deities were extremely nervous, he acted as if nothing had happened. He transformed into the void cosmic dragon, an illusory divine dragon, and wandered in the endless starry sky. Time-roaming dragon. He actually disappeared in front of the gods. Long Chen was actually just testing it out. When he saw his time-roaming dragon, the gods were shocked and thought that he had disappeared. He roughly knew that any mystique was already heaven-defying. The water of the River of Forgetfulness came into contact with him. Eternal moment. He reappeared and used the void cosmic dragon's law. The water of the River of Forgetfulness stopped in front of him. No matter how Yellow Spring Divine Lord controlled it, it did not move at all. Space-time reversal. The water of the River of Forgetfulness flowed backward. Yellow Spring Divine Lord was instantly drowned in the endless water of the River of Forgetfulness. His cries came from the starry sky. Of course, his own law would not harm him. It was just that he was momentarily thrown off balance by the river. Even so, he could only look at Long Chen in shock. How did he know so many laws? Chapter 2672. Among the returning deities, Patriarch Yellow Spring was ranked in the top 5 in terms of strength. Coupled with his notorious reputation, he was feared by the other deities. Even the hot-tempered Divine Lord Tempest had to take a detour when he encountered Divine Lord Yellow Spring. He had to address him as elder brother and senior. Many deities were afraid of him. This was especially true for his hell reincarnation Yellow Spring's god power. If he was attacked, it wouldn't just be a matter of a few days. The endless corrosive and dark energy could last for years, centuries, or even millennia before it would dissipate. For thousands of years, Patriarch Yellow Spring had been a nightmare for many. They had full confidence in Patriarch Yellow Spring, but they had never expected Divine Lord Yellow Spring to be completely suppressed by Long Chen since the start of the battle. Whether it was the terrifying whirlpool of death or the water of forgetfulness, Long Chen had broken through them easily. Massacre Dragon Seal, Time-Roaming Dragon, Eternal Xana, Space-Time Reversal. Not only had he broken through the whirlpool of death, but the water of the River of Forgetfulness had even rushed to Divine Lord Yellow Spring's head. Although he wasn't injured, he was in a sorry state. For a moment, the deities were extremely shocked. Even the monster deities who were paying attention did not react. They watched the scene in a daze. Long Chen's performance after becoming a deity was like a heavy hammer hitting their heads. How can this be? How can he suddenly know so many nomological powers? The deities murmured. The way they looked at Long Chen had changed. This young man had challenged their imagination time and time again. When he had just returned to the dragon's sacrificial continent, no one took him seriously except for the godly king of hell. But now it was different. His performance in the curse world, his ambiguous relationship with Di Yao defeating Stardust, and now he had truly become a deity. He had become an incredible person in the eyes of the deities. From now on, no one would dare to look down on him anymore. Of course, the battle continued under the shocked gazes of the deities. Two of them felt it the most. One of them was the godly king of hell. He and the radiant godly king could see it the clearest. They were also the ones who had existed for the longest time among the deities. They had seen countless geniuses. They had already reached the peak of geniuses by being able to grow to their current level. But they still had deep doubts about Long Chen. How did he do it? Of course, the God King of Hell wouldn't forget that he was the one who killed Lingxi. Even though in his opinion, Long Chen didn't know about it right now, there was always this worry in his heart. If Long Chen and Di Yao got together, his strength and status would be above him in the future. Would he become enemies with him because of this? As long as Di Yao didn't want Long Chen to know the truth, he should be fine. Of course, this was still a long way off. Deities, godly monarchs, and godly monarchs were all on different levels. A generation of godly monarchs was a legendary figure. Many of the mid-tier worlds didn't even have a godly monarch. As for Di Yao, there were many secrets hidden within her eyes. They were extremely complicated and difficult to guess. Of course, Long Chen was concerned about the battle between him and Divine Lord Netherworld. Yi Futian had casually attacked a few times and had already driven Divine Lord Netherworld crazy. The old man had never expected that he would lose. He was a person who cared a lot about his reputation. Just now he had boasted. Now that he was being suppressed, he had gone crazy. He displayed his most insidious nature. It was no longer a spar, but a desperate counterattack. As a figure at the level of old ancestor level of Long Chen, he had to win back his reputation. Therefore, when the water of the river of forgetfulness was broken by Long Chen using the power of time, he was furious. His face turned red as he roared and withdrew the water of the river of forgetfulness. Now, Divine Lord Netherworld was going all out. This was the attack that he was most confident in. Endless Sea of Bitterness. The moment this rule appeared, all the deities retreated. Those who were familiar with Divine Lord Netherworld knew that this was his highest rule. It was close to a godly monarch's rule and was his ultimate killer move. Even many deities of the same level had suffered greatly under his Endless Sea of Bitterness. His rule power was constantly increasing. From the water whirlpool to the river of forgetfulness, and now the Sea of Bitterness. Since it was an ocean, its scope and vastness were naturally indescribable. For example, at this moment, under the control of Divine Lord Netherworld, it seemed like the entire sky of the eternal sacred territory was shrouded in an endless grayish-yellow ocean. The Sea of Bitterness had descended. The endless ocean suddenly appeared. The surroundings of Long Chen were already covered by the endless ocean water. The surrounding deities had disappeared, and even the starry sky had disappeared. He was the only person in the huge world. Of course, there was also the Endless Sea of Bitterness. The ocean water was the same as the water of the yellow springs. It had a corrosive and decaying nature. Even if one's body was immersed in the Endless Sea of Bitterness, it wouldn't take long before they were completely corroded and turned into bones. This was the power of the Sea of Bitterness, and also the reason why Divine Lord Netherworld was so terrifying. If he were to descend the Sea of Bitterness on the dragon's sacrificial continent, at least billions of people would instantly lose their bodies and souls. They would then be immersed in the Sea of Bitterness forever, enduring endless pain. Under the influence of Divine Lord Netherworld, there were actually quite a number of such people. In the Sea of Bitterness, there were countless resentful spirits that were tortured to death by Divine Lord Netherworld. Of course, to them, these were just lowly creatures that weren't worth mentioning. The Sea of Bitterness was boundless. Long Chen was immersed in the depths and there was no way out. No matter how he moved forward, he would forever be trapped in this world. In the outside world, the deities were probably holding their breath. What they saw was that Divine Lord Netherworld had finally used the Sea of Bitterness boundless nomological power to trap Long Chen. As long as he didn't take the initiative, it was very likely that Long Chen would never be able to get out. Because of this, Divine Lord Netherworld finally heaved a sigh of relief. He had finally regained his dignity and couldn't help but laugh out loud. The power of the Sea of Bitterness was indeed boundless. Because of this, the deities' expressions changed drastically. They looked at Divine Lord Netherworld with fear and respect. Seeing the power of the Sea of Bitterness, the deities were even more afraid of Divine Lord Netherworld. It seemed like they hadn't seen Divine Lord Netherworld fight for many years. When you admit defeat, I'll let you out. Divine Lord Netherworld smiled proudly. Of course, he didn't dare to kill Long Chen. They were in public and there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. To him, he felt that Long Chen was too ruthless, so he had to teach him a lesson. Moreover, Yi Futian had embarrassed him just now. Divine Lord Netherworld's voice reverberated in the Sea of Bitterness. The Sea of Bitterness was a kind of nomological power. Its seawater would never disappear unless Long Chen changed the nomological power. It had to be said that Divine Lord Netherworld's nomological power that was close to the level of a god king was indeed fierce. However, was he really afraid? In a blur, the deity seemed to see that Long Chen had changed again. He seemed to have developed 15 heads and turned into a huge divine dragon with 15 heads. They were colorful and extremely gorgeous. This divine dragon had an incomparably majestic life force and was simply the nemesis of the Sea of Bitterness, a land of death. That was the dragon of life and creation, the Tai Chi spiritual dragon. Of course, the deities didn't know that. They couldn't even see it clearly. 14 spiritual formations. Long Chen was decisive and clear-cut. Once the 14 spiritual formations appeared, 14 array diagrams surrounded Long Chen in the Sea of Bitterness. After the 14 array diagrams formed nomological power, they instantly began to transform and plunder. This was the nomological power of the Tai Chi spiritual dragon. He took life as his leader, while the other 14 nomological powers were the nomological powers that created the world. The 14 spiritual formations could transform the power of any array diagram. The boundless encirclement of the Sea of Bitterness was actually a nomological array diagram. Transform. The nomological power of the netherworld was transformed. It wasn't the netherworld, but the power of the sun, moon, stars, mountains, rivers, trees, wind, rain, thunder, and lightning that belonged to Long Chen. Under the shocked gazes of the deities, they saw Long Chen break free from the Sea of Bitterness and even transform the power of the Sea of Bitterness into his own nomological power. Old ghost, I'll return it to you. Long Chen broke free from the Sea of Bitterness and sneered. The nomological power transformed by the 14 spiritual formations suddenly erupted. Now it wasn't Long Chen who was besieged, but the Yellow Springs Divine Lord. The Yellow Springs Divine Lord was feeling smug. He couldn't have imagined that the Sea of Bitterness that he was most proud of, which he had defeated even those at his level, would actually be broken by Long Chen using such a strange method. This was an unimaginable miracle. At least, he couldn't accept it at all. At that moment, he was about to go crazy, and his tears couldn't help but flow out. What was going on? He had merely passed the great tribulation of gods and demons. Was there a need for such a huge change? In front of him, the deities felt like a bunch of stupid things. They were completely mediocre. How could the dignified deities lose to a native of the dragon sacrificial continent? Impossible. The Yellow Springs Divine Lord roared. He was almost crazy. He had actually used the destination-level artifact that he had hidden for a long time. This was his most important life-saving item. Now, he could only use it to block the attacks. Yellow Springs Heavenly Diagram, Creation Stage. This was the only creation stage treasure that the Yellow Springs Divine Lord had. This was something that Di Jun had personally bestowed upon him. He had guarded it for many years and had never been willing to take it out to use. Normally, he would not take it out unless it was a battle of life and death. And now, he was only using it to block Long Chen's 14 spiritual formations. Boom. The Yellow Springs Heavenly Diagram opened up. It was a painting that was extremely huge. There was a surging yellow spring in the painting, as if it was a real world. Just as the scene unfolded, the 14 spiritual formations smashed onto it. Immediately, the Yellow Springs Divine Lord spat out a mouthful of blood, and was defeated 30,000 meters along with the Yellow Springs Heavenly Diagram. The Yellow Springs Heavenly Diagram crashed onto his body, and the light dimmed. Whoosh! This was not the end. At this moment, Long Chen had already transformed into his human form. In the blink of an eye, he had traversed 30,000 meters. He took out his peerless dragon salure and placed it on the Yellow Springs Divine Lord's neck, saying, "Old dog, you've lost." Chapter 2673. When Long Chen completely suppressed Divine Monarch Netherworld and even took care of his boundless Sea of Bitterness and Netherworld Heavenly Diagram, anyone with a discerning eye could see that Long Chen was the winner of this battle. Moreover, it was an easy victory. His current combat prowess completely suppressed Divine Monarch Netherworld, suppressing this expert in the Great Essence Spirit Realm's final realm. This result surprised even Long Chen himself. He didn't expect that becoming a god would bring such a huge change to him. Whether it was the increase in the primordial divine dragon's heavenly tribulation source power, the formation of the Trillion Shrine, or the changes after the spirit technique fused with the laws, they were all the reasons why he won such a huge victory. It had only been a few days since they returned from the Spirit Essence Star Ocean. Mo Xiaolang was still in the Great Essence Spirit Realm's final realm, but Long Chen had already defeated an expert in the Great Essence Spirit Realm's final realm. In terms of speed, he was just too fast and too fierce. This result was completely beyond the gods' expectations. But when they saw Long Chen force Divine Monarch Netherworld to flee in panic, and when they saw his youthful and resolute eyes, everyone felt that it was all real. After Lingxi's accident, there were too many rumors about Long Chen. If he hadn't fought with Xingqian and defeated him, the gods would have almost forgotten about him. The battle with Xingqian made everyone realize how terrifying he was. Although the battle with Divine Monarch Netherworld was arranged by the God King of Hell, it was enough to show how terrifying his future potential was. Most importantly, he had a complicated relationship with Di Yao. Now that his wife and son were gone, if Long Chen and Di Yao ended up together, he would undoubtedly become a super core of the dragon sacrifice ceremony. He might even become the absolute leader of the new generation after Di Jun. The gods seemed to understand why the God King of Hell was so optimistic about Long Chen. This was because the gods didn't want to take Long Chen seriously in the first place. Divine Lord Netherworld suffered a huge blow and really escaped. Be it the gods of the human race, the gods of the demon race, or some living beings such as the Dragon Emperor, they were all paying close attention to this battle. Back then, when Long Chen defeated Xingqian, it had already made the living beings of the entire dragon sacrificial continent believe in him even more. Now that Trillion Deity Palace had been completed and he had defeated Divine Lord Netherworld, he had almost become the strongest expert below the two divine kings of the human race. In addition, he was recently born in the dragon sacrificial continent. Therefore, to the living beings of the dragon sacrificial continent, Long Chen was more worthy of respect and worship than these ancestors. Those rumors seemed to have collapsed on their own. In any case, no matter what, the living beings wouldn't believe that Long Chen was such a malicious person. As for the relationship between him and Di Yao, that was another matter altogether. Since ancient times, heroes were paired with beauties. If Di Yao herself liked Long Chen, who could stop her? Today could be considered the day that Long Chen truly rose to power. After watching this battle, the gods' mouths were dry. They couldn't help but smile at Long Chen. From today onwards, they probably wouldn't dare to mock Long Chen anymore. The rise of some people couldn't be stopped. Take Long Chen for example. Currently, in the entire human race, perhaps only the two divine kings could suppress him. Since that was the case, who would dare to mock him anymore? Even the Storm Divine Lord could only hide behind the crowd and didn't dare to make a sound. The God King of Hell raised his hands and began to applaud enthusiastically. He nodded affirmatively and said, "Good, good, good." He said "good" 3 times consecutively and applauded 3 times. The gods instantly understood. Although he was ancestor Long Chen, the gods still clapped in front of him in a flattering manner. Now, the situation was different. The gods understood that if they offended Long Chen now, they would be looking for trouble for themselves. Everyone, disperse. Leave some space for 2 people. The God King of Hell's words had a hidden meaning. He glanced at Di Yao, who had her head lowered, and smiled knowingly. The gods couldn't help but laugh. It seemed that Di Yao and Long Chen's relationship was getting better. Although they didn't know what the God Emperor's stance on this matter was, Di Yao was the only one who could contact Di Jun. Even if they wanted to snitch on him, they couldn't do anything. Just as everyone was laughing ambiguously, Di Yao suddenly raised her head. Her eyes were cold. She said, "No, everyone, don't leave. I want to fight with him too." As she spoke, she drew the 9-star imperial sword. Her light golden hair fluttered in the wind, and her dress fluttered, faintly revealing her perfectly round and smooth thighs. A pair of golden wings suddenly unfurled behind her, and they emanated boundless radiance. She seemed like a pure goddess that had descended to the world. She merely spoke a few words before she actually descended before Long Chen. She pointed the 9-star imperial sword at Long Chen and said, "You have to fight me as well. Let me see if you're really stronger than me." Judging from what she said, it was her idea to use Netherworld Immortal Lord to test his strength. Long Chen still did not understand why such an intimate thing had happened in the dream spirit realm. His purpose for coming here this time was to explain it to Di Yao. After all, she was still a fledgling and had never experienced such things before. Being a little more intimate might cause her to think too much. Although there had been some interludes, Long Chen was still standing in front of her. He didn't expect her to have such thoughts. She actually wanted to attack him now. "Princess, we can talk. There's no need to fight. I'm here to explain things to you. I'll definitely give you an explanation. Is that okay?" Of course, Long Chen didn't want to fight with her. Fighting would only make things worse. It was better to explain things clearly and draw a clear line between them. After all, he was still concerned about where Lingxi would go next. He didn't have the time or energy to waste on her. Impossible, All of you, get out of the way. Di Yao seemed to have returned to her stubborn self from before. The gods were shocked and immediately retreated. It was said that women's thoughts were hard to guess. They had cultivated for tens of millions of years and were primordial true gods. Even now, they still didn't understand what was going on. And what did the explanation that Long Chen had mentioned before mean? Could it be that something special had happened between them? The gods were extremely curious. Although they avoided it, they still stared with wide eyes. You are a man. You have to take responsibility for everything you have done. If you can't, you can kill me today. When Di Yao said this, the coldness she had created before finally collapsed. Tears could be seen in her eyes. Just as Long Chen wanted to explain, the other party rushed over. Di Jun's 3 swords. Graceful. The 9-star Emperor sword slashed out, and an enormous sword chi pierced through the sun like a rainbow, containing the supreme scorching sun law, scorching and vast, shattering everything. Di Yao's strength was powerful, and using a creation-level creation divine weapon to display it was naturally extraordinary. Long Chen did not dare to be negligent, and hurriedly took out the exceptional dragon slaughtering saber. Demon Slayer. The peerless blade scripture was naturally not as good as Di Jun's 3 swords, but Long Chen had already cultivated the peerless blade scripture to a high level, adding on to his surging power that was even greater than Di Yao's. He used the demon-slaying blade to suppress the graceful sword, and sent the sword chi flying. But at this time, Di Jun flashed her golden wings, bit her lips, and attacked again. The second sword, 9 slaughters, was unleashed without mercy. This time, it was 9 sword chis, and each one was a high-level sword of rules. The 9 sword chis transformed into 9 golden crows that flapped their wings and soared, and each golden feather was formed from countless sword auras. What's wrong with her? Long Chen blushed with shame. Of course he could not stop, if not he would be killed. Of course, he did not want to fight Di Jun head-on, so he directly used the time dragon and left Di Yao, preventing her from finding him. Forbidden dance. Seeing this, the other party directly sealed the space. Long Chen was in this space. Even if she couldn't find him, he wouldn't be able to move, so he had no choice but to think of other ways. In order to break the forbidden space dance, he needed majestic divine power, and his divine power just happened to be able to do this. But this also allowed Di Yao to find him. You only know how to run, and not dare to face me. Are you still a man? Di Yao was extremely angry, and once again attacked with the 9 slaughters. Seeing this scene, the various deities could not help but have their horizons widened. What was going on? Was it a small fight, or did Di Yao want Long Chen to admit something? Di Yao's words reminded him that if he kept dodging her, she would only continue to attack. She would not stop. Thinking of this, Long Chen directly stopped. His body was covered with blood-colored dragon scales, and he instantly entered a state of battle. For a moment, he only had one kind of aura, and that was killing intent. At this moment, his eyes were illusory, and he controlled the chaotic time reverse. After fusing with the laws, the chaotic time reverse became even more ferocious. Under Long Chen's control, Di Yao, who was inferior to the Yellow Spring's immortal monarch, was greatly affected. Long Chen instantly rushed forward, his hands transforming into dragon claws. This was the 10,000 death claws that he had not used for a long time. The 10,000 death claws directly grabbed Di Yao's 9-star Emperor sword. Let go! Long Chen roared, his physical body and strength exploding. With a strength that could topple mountains and overturn seas, he forcibly snatched the 9-star Emperor sword from the other party's hands. At the same time, he stretched out his hand and wrapped it around Di Yao's neck, restraining her. At such a close distance, Long Chen had a lot of initiative. He needed to have a good talk with this woman, so he had to make her stop. After he restrained her, Di Yao indeed stopped. Her body went limp, and she directly fell on Long Chen. Before Long Chen could react, she hugged him like an octopus, and started crying. In that instant, Long Chen's head could only be described as huge. The gods looked at this scene in shock. They looked at the embarrassed Long Chen, and then looked at the helpless Di Yao, who was crying her heart out. Although they were unwilling to see this beautiful flower stuck in cow dung, they couldn't help but suspect that something had really happened. In any case, from the looks of it, Di Yao had completely fallen into this man's hands. She was holding him with both hands, and if Long Chen wanted to push her away, he might have to tear her hands off. In front of the gods, He naturally couldn't do that. Today he was here to explain. But with Di Yao in this state, was it even possible to explain? At this moment, the godly king of hell led the gods over and directly asked, Long Chen, did you do something to let the princess down, to make her cry so sadly? If you don't explain yourself today, don't even think about leaving here. The princess is our treasure. If you dare to bully her, you should know the consequences. Chapter 2674. It was supposed to be a spar to break through the great tribulation of gods and demons, but it turned out to be like this. Long Chen's goal today was to resolve the matter with Di Yao. Of course, he wanted to resolve it alone. Now that all of the gods were present, he couldn't bring himself to talk about the dream spirit's realm. Moreover, Di Yao was crying as she hugged him, looking quite pitiful. She was the victim of this accident, and Long Chen didn't know what kind of blow this had dealt to her. He was good at fighting. For example, when he fought with the Yellow Springs Immortal Lord, he beat the Ultimate Realm Immortal Lord so badly that he peed his pants and fled in panic. He was very decisive and resolute. Di Yao was no longer a match for him, but once she stuck close to him, he was at his wits' end. After all, although there was a reason for what happened in the dream spirit's realm, it was true that he had violated her. To a young girl who had yet to experience the world, such a violation was no different from accomplishing something. Anyway, that was what Long Chen thought. Facing the godly king of hell's questioning, especially when he had seen Di Yao return with tears in her eyes, the other gods were a little angry even though they thought highly of Long Chen. Long Chen was about to explain, but Di Yao gently pushed him away and wiped away her tears. She was a little emotional, as if she didn't care that all the gods were present. Her golden eyes, which were still filled with tears, stared at Long Chen. Her tear-stained face was so beautiful that it made people feel sorry for her. She only focused on Long Chen. Suddenly, she choked and said, "Can I ask you a few questions?" Long Chen nodded. Now that Lingxi was at the crucial moment of reaching the next destination, she had no time to care about this. Otherwise, he could let her deal with the matters of the heart. Di Yao pursed her lips and said with a trembling voice, "Do you like me?" Long Chen was stunned. This was a question asked in front of all the gods. Of course he couldn't say he didn't like her, so he said in a roundabout way, "Princess is young and beautiful, has a high status, and is kind at heart. Everyone likes you, so I naturally like you too." He was lying through his teeth. Other than being nice to him, Di Yao was simply a small disaster to others. Di Yao was naturally not satisfied with such an answer. She shook her head with tears in her eyes and said, "I just don't understand why you don't like me, yet you still want to be with me. Now that I'm already yours, I don't want to give you any pressure. After all, the person you love has just left, and your heart is also very hurt. But since it has already happened, I want to know if you can give me an explanation. Even if you have to wait, I can wait for you." These words were like a bombshell. All the gods were dumbfounded. Princess Di Yao was already Long Chen's woman. What was done was done. This was too fast. All the gods' faces changed. This was the daughter of the divine emperor Di Jun. Just like that, she was taken by a pig like Long Chen. No one could accept this. Long Chen didn't understand. Was it because she was too emotional and couldn't control herself, or was she trying to put pressure on him? Of course, it was better to talk about this in private. But she was a princess after all, and she might have been pampered since childhood. Or maybe that incident was too big a blow to her, and she was too afraid and insecure. Under her struggle, she just wanted an explanation from Long Chen. After asking this question, Di Yao looked at him with tears in her eyes. Her appearance was very pitiful. Before Long Chen could answer, the gods were in an uproar. This could be considered as their lack of protection for the princess. This time, Di Jun had allowed Di Yao to return with them. In fact, it was very sloppy. Even the God King of Hell could only wait for the Divine Emperor to contact him personally. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to find Di Jun. Only Di Yao could communicate with him. But now, Di Yao was the one in trouble. Originally, they thought that even if they loved each other, even if Long Chen was qualified to be with Di Yao in the future, this kind of thing would require Di Jun's approval. They didn't expect Long Chen to be so fierce. What made Long Chen's head hurt the most was that it was originally caused by the evil spirit in the dream spirit's realm. Now that Di Yao said it, it seemed like he couldn't help himself. Moreover, he only touched her a few times, and nothing really happened. But he couldn't describe the details, and could only suffer in silence.
Long Chen, how dare you?
The God King of Hell shouted fiercely. The gods could see that even his heart seemed to be a little flustered. If the Divine Emperor knew that the princess had lost her chastity under his protection, and if the Divine Emperor didn't like Long Chen, he would definitely kill both him and Long Chen. If the Divine Emperor was enraged, it would be troublesome. Moreover, most fathers would be extremely hostile to the man who stole their daughter.
Don't speak, I want him to answer my question.
Di Yao rebuked, making the restless gods shut their mouths. The God King of Hell could only express his anger in his eyes. The others, such as the demon gods, really loved to watch a show. Of course, the huge commotion between the gods would affect the entire sacrificial dragon continent at all times. Now, Di Yao stretched out her delicate hands and stood in front of Long Chen, holding Long Chen's hands. Although there were tears in her eyes, she still said very gently, "Forgive me. I actually said what happened between us here today. But I was too afraid. I was afraid that you would pretend that nothing happened. Afraid that you would refuse to accept me because of Lingxi's matter. Although I am the princess of the Divine Emperor, I am also a woman, and there will only be one man in my life. Now that you have inexplicably become this man, I am very afraid that you will not be able to stay with me. I am afraid." Her two watery eyes waited for Long Chen's answer. After listening to this, Long Chen roughly knew what she was thinking. Just as Lingxi said, perhaps after returning from the Curse Realm, she already had a good impression of him. Then, after the matter with Lingxi, and then the matter with Dream Spirit Realm, it caused her to wholeheartedly focus on him. She had no way out, so she was afraid and afraid. However, no matter what, Long Chen could not be with her. He still had to wait for Lingxi to return together and kill the God King of Hell. Therefore, he thought for a moment and said cautiously, "Princess, I originally came here to explain to you today. First, the matter with Dream Spirit Realm was indeed strange. What I did was completely out of my control, and I was only able to rein myself in at the brink of the precipice. Moreover, Princess is a precious person, while my status is lowly. Moreover, I have just lost the two most important people in my life, and I am still incomparably pained about matters of love. It is difficult for me to pick it up again, and even more difficult for me to continue. I will only delay, Princess. I hope Princess can understand." "Is this your answer?" Di Yao's tears turned into laughter. Everything she had hoped for had failed. At first, they were angry that Long Chen had done something wrong, but now they were angry that he still refused to admit it. "Can't you give me a chance? Can't you give me a chance? Even if you want me to wait for you, I can do that. Long Chen, I can understand you, but you can't destroy me. In the past I had a good impression of you, but it was just a good impression. I could still have a new life, but it's different now. I've decided on you, and I love you. If you have any pain in your heart, I can heal it for you. I'll change myself for you. I'll become someone you like, and I won't be willful anymore." Di Yao was a little flustered. She tightly held onto Long Chen's hand, worried that he would leave. The gods were extremely angry. This was their dignified Divine Emperor Princess, but she actually lowered her head in front of Long Chen. If the Divine Emperor saw this scene, he would definitely kill everyone involved to vent his anger. The God King of Hell couldn't help but say, "Long Chen, let me speak my mind. I more or less understand the situation now. I really didn't expect something like this to happen. You might have taken Princess Di Yao's identity too lightly. She is the daughter of Di Jun, the person with the highest status in the myriad of worlds. Now that you have done something wrong, if you take responsibility, you might still have a chance to live. If you don't even dare to take responsibility, then don't blame me for not reminding you. Not only will you harm yourself, you will also harm everyone related to you. Do you think that the Divine Emperor's temper would be as good as the princess? I'm not forcing you. You are the one who forced yourself into a dead end. I'm just giving you an analysis. I have high hopes for you, so don't disappoint me. Now that something has happened, the only way is to face it." The other divinities also chimed in. Princess Di Yao lowered her status to be with you, but the God Emperor might not even agree to it. You even committed such a mistake. Right now, the only way is to love each other deeply. Only then can you escape the God Emperor's wrath.
Otherwise, the God King of Hell is right.
You are a small matter, but you will implicate our princess and your 5 great dragon cities, as well as your brothers and sisters. We don't want to threaten you at all. The God King said that you forced yourself into a dead end. Now, you only have one choice. It doesn't matter if you are still grieving the loss of your wife or not. The princess is 1,000,000 times better than your wife. She is the most honorable woman in the world standing in front of you. Are you really blind? Di Yao once again silenced the gods and said, "Don't say anything, and don't force him. I just want him to give me a chance. I can do better than Lingxi." In order to pursue love, she was willing to throw away her dignity as a princess. This made the gods even more furious. They hated Long Chen even more. Not only was he lucky, but he also didn't want to take responsibility for his mistakes. How could there be such a good thing in the world? Long Chen thought through everything clearly. Indeed, at the beginning, he had looked for Di Yao alone. If there weren't so many divinities, he could say that what happened in the dream spirit's realm was nothing. He really didn't do anything to Di Yao. This woman was still intact, so he was at a disadvantage now. But when Di Yao said that at the beginning, if he said the details, the gods would definitely punish him on the spot. And to Di Yao, this might not make a difference. That's right, if he didn't quickly fall in love with Di Yao, when the God Emperor Junie arrived, he would find out that he had slept with his daughter and didn't want to take responsibility. That would be terrible. Chapter 2675. Some things that touched the bottom line couldn't be compromised. For example, if Long Chen accepted Di Yao and announced their relationship to the world, there might be no trouble for him. In the future, as long as he worked hard, godly Emperor June might not do anything to him. If he didn't accept, even if Di Yao didn't do anything to him, his fate would be full of trouble. Moreover, she had already thrown caution to the wind, so it would definitely make her sad. After all, she was of noble status and had already put down her status to pursue him. In fact, Long Chen didn't understand why Di Yao liked him, but after what happened in the dream spirit realm, he couldn't care less about this problem. No matter what, he couldn't accept her, and she couldn't replace Lingxi's position in his heart. Even if he had to take a huge risk, even if he might hurt her, he couldn't compromise and agree to Di Yao for a moment of comfort. So he shook his head and said, "Princess, I'm sorry. I don't know what the future will be, but at least for now, I haven't walked out of the shadow in my heart. Before I kill my enemy, I really can't let myself accept you. I hope Princess can forgive me. We've always been good friends, right?" In fact, he felt that he should have rejected her outright, but the situation was different now. There were other people watching, and if he didn't give Di Yao any face, it would definitely intensify the conflict and seriously hurt Di Yao. The consequences would be unimaginable. Although this was a rejection, it was at least within Di Yao's tolerance. Of course, in her estimation, under this kind of pressure, Long Chen should directly accept her. Just like her mother said, she was young and beautiful, and her status was unparalleled. No man could resist her. So when Long Chen announced his decision, even if Di Yao didn't break down, her heart ached. After all, for today, she had already put in a lot of effort. She had never worked so hard in such a humble manner before. Whether it was for love or because she really liked him, it didn't matter. In any case, there was no difference. For a moment, although she didn't break down, hot tears still flowed down her face. "Long Chen!" The God King of Hell shouted angrily. Long Chen felt as if he had received a blow to the head. Thinking back to when he had just returned to the dragon sacrificial continent, this God King who was comparable to the war demon at his peak, and these gods all made him deeply apprehensive. But now he could take their glares calmly. This was a huge transformation brought about by his own advancement. From the battle of the Devil's Star to the gods now, he was different. The deity king of Hell's voice was as loud as thunder as he said angrily, "The princess treats you so well and wholeheartedly for you. She doesn't even care about her face. She is a princess, yet she is so infatuated with you. Yet, you are grieving for her dead wife. You have betrayed her. Are you still a man? If you're an upright person, then you have to take responsibility for what you've done. Even if you've just encountered a disaster, it's not an excuse. You've made me angry today. If you can't understand, then you don't need to leave here today."
I will personally kill you in place of the divine emperor. When the god king was enraged, all the gods retreated. Everyone in the world heard the roar, and all sorts of rumors began to spread, making the matter even more confusing and confusing. Soon, people began to speculate about what had happened between Long Chen and Di Yao. It seemed that Long Chen's current rejection was a powerful counterattack to the rumors from back then. If he had killed his wife in order to get close to Princess Di Yao, then he wouldn't have needed to reject now. However, what did the deity king of hell mean by taking responsibility? The emotional bond between them was really wonderful. However, everyone was still very shocked. In the past, all sorts of gods had tried to deal with Long Chen, but Long Chen had defeated them all. Now the strongest among the gods, the deity king of hell, who surpassed all the gods, had launched an attack. No matter how heaven-defying Long Chen was, he would still suffer. In terms of fame, the deity king of hell was 10 times more famous than Divine Lord Netherworld. From Divine Lord to deity king, this was a gap that not many divine lords could cross. If the deity king of hell really wanted to punish Long Chen, then there would be no suspense. Therefore, everyone was very shocked. Would there be a new battle? Against the top existence that had returned to the gods, could the heaven-defying Long Chen still hold on after he had leveled up? Now that the Trillion God Palace had formed, everyone had a great sense of belonging to Long Chen. When Long Chen encountered danger, they were very nervous and concerned. The deity king of hell glared at Long Chen and threatened him. In a situation where he could explode at any time, Di Yao suddenly slashed her sword at the deity king of hell. Her teary eyes were slightly red, but her gaze was incomparably cold. She said, "You don't have to care about this. This is my own business." Then she looked at Long Chen gently and said, "Long Chen, go. I was too anxious today. I will find you another day and apologize for what happened today. No matter what, you must remember my feelings for you. Don't abandon me. You're right. I was too anxious and made things difficult for you. I promise I won't do this next time. But now, I have already decided that you are the person I want to love in this life. Go back and calm down first. We will have a good chat in the future." She became even more submissive in front of Long Chen. The deities were trembling with anger. This was the supreme divine emperor princess in their hearts. Long Chen was the one in the wrong, and it was Long Chen who had taken her innocence. She only wanted Long Chen to take responsibility, and in order to obtain his love, she had to lower herself to such an extent. It was indeed a grievance. If it was Di Yao's previous personality, she would have been too lazy to even speak. She would have directly ordered the deity king of hell to kill Long Chen. She didn't have to do this. Now that things had reached such a stalemate, Long Chen knew that if he continued to pester her, it wouldn't be good. Although he had hurt Di Yao and made her very sad, it was also because she had misunderstood him and forced him in public. If there was another chance, the two of them could have a good chat, but now wasn't the time. "Princess, farewell. After a few days, when we have calmed down, I will apologize to you again." With that, he walked past the gods and headed in the direction of the 5 great dragon cities. The gods, led by the deity king of hell, looked at Long Chen coldly, especially the deity king of hell. He really couldn't control himself and wanted to kill Long Chen, but he couldn't go against Di Yao's wishes. But now, even if Long Chen proved his strength and potential, the connection between him and the gods was almost broken. Of course, the current him had the right to oppose the deity king of hell. Back when he attacked Lingxi, Long Chen hadn't forgotten for a single moment. Long Chen decisively left. As soon as he left, Di Yao's expression became as cold as it could get. "Princess!" The gods hurriedly surrounded her, their faces full of concern. They were really pissed off by Long Chen. If it weren't for Di Yao still caring about him, they would have killed Long Chen 1,000,000 times over. Of course, right now, only the 2 deity kings could probably restrain him. "Get out of my way. Don't bother me. Without my permission, no one can touch Long Chen, and no one can get close to my palace. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences." She also left in a cloud of dust and returned to her temporary imperial residence after a short while. Everyone else in the temporary imperial residence was chased out by her. The rest of the gods looked at each other. "Deity King, what should we do?" The deity king of storm saw an opportunity to take revenge on Long Chen and was tempted to make a move. "I think Princess Di Yao is giving Long Chen too much face. It's not likely that they'll be together. Moreover, this Long Chen doesn't know what's good for him. He deserves to die. That's not the problem. It's the relationship between him and Princess Di Yao. If he doesn't know what's good for him and let Deity Emperor Di Jun admit it, he'll die for sure. We didn't kill him right away because we didn't want Princess Di Yao to be sad. But we can't go on like this. The Deity Emperor will find out sooner or later, and then we'll be in trouble. Di Yao didn't want to kill Long Chen. If she didn't kill Long Chen wouldn't know what's good for him. So it was difficult to do both sides. The Deity King of Hell thought for a while and said, "Let's give Long Chen some time first. He has potential and is qualified to be the Deity Emperor's son-in-law. It's up to him. If he still doesn't know what's good for him, then we can only find a way to tell the Deity Emperor about this and wait for him to make a decision." That's it. Let's hope that Long Chen will be smart. The Deity Emperor's princess will be letting him off easy no matter what. I just don't understand. Princess Di Yao has seen so many outstanding gods. Why would she like this guy? Not only did he not understand, but no one else did. It all happened too fast. Don't crowd around here. Let's go. The Deity King of Hell ordered. He returned to the Deity City of Hell. But on the way, the Light Deity King appeared in front of him and said, "This is really strange. You used the fragrance of desire to kill his woman. It should be Princess Di Yao's order." From the beginning to the end, it seems like Princess Di Yao planned all this. She wants Long Chen. Not only does she want him, she wants him. Why do you think so? The Deity King of Hell chuckled and said, "What are you guessing? We're just subordinates. Don't think too much. We'll just do whatever the princess thinks. She wants Long Chen's body and mind, so we'll give Long Chen's body and mind to her. Why do you care so much?" The Light Deity King shook his head and said, "I'm just afraid that what the princess thinks is not what the Deity Emperor thinks. It's best if you contact the Deity Emperor first." "Why do you care what I do? Are you done with your mission? Your mission is the core of our trip. Don't forget about it." The Deity King of Hell patted his shoulder and smiled. He rushed into the Deity City of Hell. "Then we're just letting Princess Di Yao do whatever she wants. What's her goal?" The Light Deity King could not understand. Even he did not know which divine emperor Di Yao's mother was. At this time, Di Yao's palace was empty except for herself. Chapter 2676. Di Yao still hadn't recovered from her previous state. Her mother was very satisfied with her current state. She was like a young girl deeply in the river of love, and all her emotions were controlled by the man she loved. She was a little dazed and said in a daze, "Then what can we do now? I feel that with his personality, no matter how good I am to him, it will be very difficult for him to extricate himself from his pain and fall in love with me in a short time." The woman said, "This was my mistake before. I took the wrong step and underestimated his persistence towards his woman. I thought that the natives of this world, no matter how high their potential and fate were, would shamelessly stick to you as long as you, the daughter of the divine emperor, as long as you fell in love with him. But now, in front of the gods, even if he offended them, even if he made you sad, he still insisted on his loyalty to the dead woman. He is indeed a very difficult person to deal with." "Then what should I do?" Di Yao asked in a daze. "I feel that no matter how you try to please him, it will probably be useless. This kind of man needs a very long time to be influenced, at least a few years. He might be able to forget the pain and choose to be with you. So even if you treat him infinitely well, it will take some time for him to accept you. But you don't have that time." Di Yao panicked. Perhaps it was hypnosis, or perhaps it was her sincerity, but she was already very afraid of losing Long Chen. So she hurriedly said, "Then is there any way for me to get him?" The woman suddenly smiled and said, "My silly child, imagine the scene when you finally kill him." Di Yao thought, "Will your heart ache?" "Yes, it will hurt a lot." "That's right. The more your heart aches, the better. That is your goal. He must love deeply, and you must also love deeply. So everything you do is for love, and nothing else. Now that we have discovered that he is a troublesome person, we can't deal with him the way we deal with ordinary men. We have to use a new method,
and it will definitely succeed in one go, but you will also pay a price. Are you willing to pay this price? Di Yao's eyes flashed. As long as I can get his love, I don't care about anything.
Towards Di Yao's performance, the woman was quite satisfied. She finally said the method, she said. According to my estimation, even if his heart is filled with guilt towards you, with a degree of his resistance today, he will need at least a few years to accept you, forget that woman and fall in love with you.
That's why this path won't work. Since gentle methods won't work, we'll use hatred. As long as you cooperate, we can use the heavenly incantation of indifference on him. Di Yao asked nervously, what is the unruffled heavenly curse?
This is a law I comprehended after becoming a god emperor.
If Long Chen was affected by the heaven mantra of indifference, he would completely forget all the people he loved, including his lover, parents, and brothers. He would forget all the love. But when he woke up, he would give all the love he had for the whole world and everyone to the first person he saw. And you will be the first person he sees when he wakes up. Di Yao thought about it carefully. She finally understood why so many terrifying existences were so afraid of her mother.
This was a law of the god emperor level.
As long as one thought about it carefully, they would understand how terrifying it was. If it was Long Chen, the people he loved included his lover, his brothers, his parents, his friends, his seniors, and even the entire world. This kind of combination of love was quite terrifying. If all this love was transferred to one person, then Long Chen should be able to sacrifice everything for her.
This was the power of the law, more flexible than the control of the soul demon. Because if it was controlled, the person being controlled would almost be a dead person, a puppet.
But if it was the heavenly incantation of indifference, then Long Chen still had feelings, joy, anger, sorrow and joy. Sometimes, a person's inner will could burst out with unimaginable power. This was the truly terrifying part of the heavenly incantation of indifference. Di Yao asked incredulously, such a terrible law, if you use it, wouldn't you be able to control the myriad worlds?
Why?
The woman giggled. Of course there's a price. I once wanted to use it on Di Jun, but I failed. Because he's too powerful. Although I control it, I haven't succeeded so far, and there are many restrictions.
First of all, the possibility of success. Of course Long Chen is still weak, I can deal with him, but because I'm here I can't completely put my law on him, I need a long time to prepare. And then, in order to succeed you have to put in a lot of effort and prepare with me, we need a lot of things.
Finally, if we succeed, because I'm using your body this time, you will also pay the price. Of course, although this price is very high, compared to the final harvest of love, it seems to be nothing. Heavenly incantation of indifference. Di Yao silently muttered these words, her whole body trembling.
This was such a terrifying power, to be able to make a person transfer the love of the whole world to himself. Then how far would the love seed grow?
If that was the case, what was the price to pay? Mother, let's prepare early, Di Yao said excitedly. She was already tired of begging Long Chen, it was too hard, she felt that it was a huge blow to her heart. Okay, then I'll tell you in detail what you need to do to prepare, what kind of price you have to pay. You have to be mentally prepared. I didn't advocate using this method at first, because it's too scary, but now it seems that we have no other choice. We must finish the battle quickly. After returning, Mo Xiaolang and the Dragon Emperor were very concerned about him. They also wanted to know roughly what happened. Although there were rumors about Long Chen and Di Yao, they were still the people who trusted Long Chen the most. Long Chen said helplessly, some strange things happened, I need to think about it quietly first, then I'll tell you, but you don't have to worry. They, the core people, roughly knew that Lingxi didn't die. Now they couldn't help in terms of strength, but seeing that Long Chen had become stronger, they felt a little more at ease. Yang Yu smiled and said, don't worry, we know better than anyone what kind of person you are. Even if the whole world doesn't believe you, we won't have the slightest doubt. Her encouragement made Long Chen feel very calm. Don't worry, I believe you, Lingxi, and Xiaolang. You are all so young, yet so capable. No matter what difficulties you encounter, you will be able to get through this. In the end, Long Chen bade farewell to everyone and returned to the repaired Crimson Dragon Palace. On one hand, he wanted to stabilize his current cultivation. On the other hand, he wanted to communicate with Ling Shi. She happened to stabilize her cultivation for a while. Why do I feel that today's matter is a little strange? Di Yao doesn't seem to force me like this. Does she? Does she really like me that much? This was the thing that Long Chen was most puzzled about.
Lingxi said, I can't figure it out, either, but from my intuition, it can't be a good thing. The matter in the dream spirit's realm isn't a big deal, but she brought it up to this extent, it doesn't seem appropriate. If it were me, I wouldn't do this. Although he was inexperienced, he couldn't use this to threaten her in public. Long Chen thought for a moment, then said, Now we can only stall for time. First, wait for me to kill the God King of Hell for revenge, and second, wait for your return. As for Di Yao, stall for as long as you can. When you return, she will probably understand what I'm thinking, and then it will be easier to explain. I don't want to become enemies with her, after all, the person behind her is too strong. Lingxi nodded, then suddenly said, Actually, it's not that scary. If you can kill the God King of Hell in the future, it is not impossible for you to become a God King in the future. Long Chen was stunned. Although that was true, and he had inherited the essence blood of the ancestral dragon, Di Jun was the first god of all ages, the supreme of all worlds, after all. Perhaps only one would be born in tens of millions of years. Could he really become such an existence? That would completely surpass Long Qinglan. Since the Battle of the Demon Star, he had been a little dazed. He didn't expect to actually defeat a demon, and in the end, he actually defeated the Era Demon, and now he really did become a god, and became the faith of trillions of living beings. Thinking about it, it was like a dream. I'm here. Lingxi suddenly said excitedly. Long Chen didn't want to worry about Di Yao anymore. He focused all his attention on Lingxi's situation, and also to protect her. Now, in front of Lingxi, there was a huge snow-white whirlpool. This should be the second location. Lingxi waved her veil and headed towards the snow-white whirlpool on the meteorite sword. During this period of time, she had completely familiarized herself with the mortal sword intent. Then, with the mortal sword intent as a foundation, she started to study the Ling Su God Sword Dao. This was an ultimate sword Dao, very terrifying. If she could cultivate it to great success, Lingxi would probably be able to kill a god with her current cultivation. Lingxi's future was also limitless, and might not be any worse than Di Yao. She rushed into the snow-white whirlpool. This world left behind by God Emperor Ling Su would not harm her. The scenery in front of her changed. In the blink of an eye, she stood in another void. Under her feet was a long corridor. It was actually snow-white, like the most crystalline jade. There were exquisite carvings on it, and from the beautiful patterns, it should belong to the Ling clan. The entire Ling Su Star Ocean loved beauty. The snow-white jade corridor led to the depths of the void, and there seemed to be a snow-white palace in the depths. Lingxi passed through the corridor and finally arrived in front of the palace. This was a very huge palace, from left to right. It was the distance from Slaughter Dragon City to Fortune Dragon City. Standing in front of it, it was impossible to determine its height. In front of her was a crystal-clear gate, and on the signboard, there were two huge shining words, Su Palace. Regarding the gaming festival, I hope that everyone can vote for Dragon Blood War God to rush into the gaming market, and into the most anticipated new game leaderboard. The voting address was on Frenzied WeChat. These days, Frenzied WeChat will try to update as much as possible. If everyone is satisfied, then vote a few more monthly votes. If everyone is not too interested in the first monthly vote, then it will be even better if there is another 1 out of 100 monthly votes. Every 100 monthly votes, there will be one update. Voting address, 17K, computer version. Chapter 2677. Plain Palace. In front of the snow-white palace, the shoulders were thin, the waist was slender, the skin was smooth, and the aura was like an orchid. Lingxi's eyes widened as she stared at the two gigantic words. Just a single stroke of the words was even larger than Long Chen's divine dragon body. Emperor Ling Su. Honored Spirit and Plain Girl. This plain palace should be related to Plain Girl, Long Chen guessed. In fact, they still didn't know what the relationship between Emperor Ling Su, Honored Spirit, and Plain Girl was. There were many legends about Plain Girl. In the Arch regions, it was said that she had a feud with dragons. But from what they saw today, the legends should be false. Or rather, she wasn't a real dragon, but a dragon martial artist. Let's go in and take a look. Now, the two put aside Di Yao's matter and focused on the magical plain palace.
Lingxi looked inside curiously and floated in with light steps. This plain palace was huge, but it was very spacious inside. It was like an empty shell, and inside was an endless snow-white jade space. There's a very pure aura here that makes people feel very comfortable. It has a lot to do with Goddess Su's blood. After coming here, I have a feeling, as though I'm back in my mother's womb. Lingxi tilted her head and thought for a long time. Finally, she thought of a similar feeling. It was very soft and gentle, as though she belonged here. As she spoke, she continued to walk forward. The interior of the plain palace was too big. It was as endless as the void outside. But no matter where she was, she seemed to be able to hear the sound of flowing water. There seems to be a river or a lake far ahead. The closer I get to that direction, the stronger the aura of plain girl. It can evoke the reaction of my bloodline. This place should be related to Goddess Su's blood. One should know that Lingxi had more than 80% Goddess Su's blood. It was precisely because of her mistress Su Seal that both she and Long Chen had received a great deal of help. Hurry up and take a look. Long Chen encouraged her. Okay. Lingxi was filled with curiosity and surprise. After arriving here, her overall condition was very good. The power in her body and the surrounding snow-white mist formed a connection and circulation. She was absorbing the dense, pure, and incomparably comfortable snow-white mist. This snow-white mist was just like the blood of the goddess Su. She had the ability to purify evil. Until now, this was the purest power Long Chen had ever seen. Pure, ethereal, truly holy. It was different from Di Yao's noble and holy aura. The deeper she went, the more the white mist seemed to condense into water. As Lingxi moved forward, a large amount of water mist began to flow into her body, giving her an unprecedented change. So beautiful. Lingxi looked at her surroundings. This world was simply too pure. Through the 3 lifetimes love thread, Long Chen could clearly see the changes in her body without Lingxi's description. This was a transformation that was like shedding one's mortal body and changing one's bones, just like when Long Chen became a god. Staying in this place should be changing your physical body, allowing your goddess Su's blood to play a greater role. If you continue forward, there will definitely be water. After all, there was a high possibility that the mist was emitted by water. Just the mist alone could bring such a great help to Lingxi, not to mention that water. Clearly, this place shouldn't be as dangerous as the heavenly sovereign realm's Sea of Swords. Lingxi nodded her head heavily. She was in a very good mood. The milky white mist seeped into every pore of her body, fusing with her blood vessels, strength, internal organs, bones, flesh, and blood. It was extremely comfortable, and she could feel that under the nourishment of this mist, she was also strengthening unceasingly. She continued forward against the mist. She had already walked for half a day. With her current speed, if she rushed at full speed, she would reach the end of the palace. However, she did not go at full speed. Instead, she experienced as she walked. After all, she needed to gradually adapt to the density of the milky white mist around her. After about a day, she was already very deep in. Now, she was surrounded by the milky white mist. She could not see clearly from a distance. The mist in the surroundings was so thick that it was not much different from being in a pond. It stuck to Lingxi's body and continuously surged in, increasing the speed at which it was changing her physical body. This was changing her in a good direction. In just a short day, Lingxi had already become much stronger. Under the nourishment of the mist that was similar to her own power, her physical body became like that of a divine spirit. It was stable and even transcendent, achieving an extremely pure temperament. This was the direction in which she vaguely grew. So comfortable. Lingxi squinted her eyes and walked for so long. The sound of the water was getting clearer. She confirmed that even if she did not need water, she only needed to stay here for a while and she would get an unexpected transformation. I understand now. God Emperor Ling Su wants to forge you into a pure immortal source body. God Emperor Ling Su herself is a pure immortal source body. There can only be one pure immortal source body in the 10,000 worlds at the same time. In other words, it is very likely that she has already perished. Suddenly, Su Jian's 9-colored butterfly said in pain. His original master might have died. After he left, he had never seen him again. It had been too long. Suddenly knowing that he had disappeared, he could not help but feel sad. Don't be like this.
That old guy has lived for so long, tens of millions of years. He should have died. Is big sister Lingxi not treating you well now, little Sue? Don't be sad. Spiritual Sword's 9 Hells Fantasy Butterfly said angrily. All right, Su Jian could be unhappy with anyone, but she wouldn't be against Spiritual Sword. If not for this, he would not have directly lowered himself to above creation stage in order to let Spiritual Sword be reborn. Pure immortal source body? What is it? Long Chen asked. Su Jian said, this is one of the most primitive and majestic powers that were born in the beginning of the 10,000 worlds. It is the purest and most holy power. It is called pure immortal source body. There was once a god who fused with pure immortal source body and became the purest and most holy power in the 10,000 worlds. It can purify evil power, pure immortal source body. If it can form the most perfect pure immortal source body, it is equivalent to an eternal grade boundless divine technique. Eternal grade is the 7th grade. Many god emperors do not have eternal grade items. For example, Di Jun and Ji Yuan Demon. Therefore, pure immortal source body was once God Emperor Ling Su's greatest reliance. I just did not expect that when using it, she actually perished. What exactly did she experience in this dragon sacrificial continent? Long Chen and Lingxi also wanted to know this question. Lingxi sensed the surroundings and murmured. Then you mean that the surrounding mist is the pure immortal source body that you mentioned? Su Jian said, yes, the pure immortal source body might all be here. If it wasn't for God Emperor Ling Su's inheritance, it would not have left her body. Therefore, there can only be one pure immortal source body in the 10,000 worlds. God Emperor Ling Su has 3 types of laws, namely sword, spirit, and pure. Among them, many sword das are recorded in Divine Ling Su sword das. Spirit is the origin law of Ling Su star C, and pure is the law born from the pure immortal source body. Many uses of the pure immortal source body are born from the pure law. Since you're here, she wants to pass on the most precious pure immortal source power to you. You have the bloodline of Divine Emperor Ling Su and you're compatible with the pure immortal source power. In other words, you might have been chosen by Divine Emperor Ling Su when you were very young. It's inevitable for you to come here today. Is that so? Lingxi was a little touched. She never knew that there was such an elder in her life. She had left so many precious things for her, but she had never appeared in her life before. She only knew that the Palace Lord of Sword Soul Imperial Palace used to be Ling Su. She just didn't know if that Ling Su was related to God Emperor Ling Su. There is a pool in front. It must be the condensation of the pure immortal source body. You will get the pure immortal source body. She is the most precious thing for you in the future. Of course, so is Divine Ling Su sword das. I reckon that God Emperor Ling Su will pass her sword, spirit, and pure laws to you. Su Jian said seriously. Therefore from today onwards, you are my new master. It is God Emperor Ling Su's arrangement that I came to your side. In the future, Ling Jian and I will recover to the peak primordial chaos. Okay. Lingxi revealed a gentle smile. She understood Su Jian's feelings. He was a very serious creation heroic spirit. She put away her pure spirit sword and continued to move forward. As expected, she saw the pure white flowing water. There were a total of 9 streams of flowing water. They fell from the sky and fell into a circular pool with a diameter of 3 meters. The pool was filled with the richest source energy of pure immortal. This was the power formed at the beginning of the world. The pure immortal source body is equivalent to the eternal grade. How terrifying. That eternal incandescent stone is only at the eternal grade. Long Chen was really happy for Lingxi. She had found her own future. Long Chen believed that when she left this place and returned to the eternal celestial domain, no one would be able to control her life. She could do whatever he wanted and not be a burden. Although Long Chen didn't care, Lingxi would. She was afraid that Long Chen would lose her. She was also afraid that her daughter would lose her. Therefore, this was the most important stop on the road to fulfilling her wish. He was sincerely happy for her. To her, this was the greatest happiness. What she desired was the pure immortal source body in front of her. The purest power of purification. Just like Lingxi, pure, ethereal, and natural. Big Brother Chen, when I return, I will become even more beautiful, right? Lingxi suddenly smiled. Right now, there was only joy in her heart. Fate had given her this opportunity today.
Thank you, God Emperor Ling Su. She gave you what you wanted the most. Enjoy your adventure.
Long Chen heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. It was as if he could foresee the future when Ling Shi wielded the Ling Su dual swords and fought with him against the gods. That day wasn't far away.
Great news!
I'm giving everyone the best gift for Singles Day. From November 11th to December 11th, for an entire month, 17K readers will be able to read Dragon Blood God of War for free. If you use your phone to read, you can download a 17K novel app. Change 17K to a number. If you use your computer to read, open 17K directly. The best reading page, completely free, and updated the fastest. Madman promises that during the free period, no matter if you use the computer or the app to ask questions in the book review section, Madman will reply personally. Answer everyone's questions. This was Madman's home base. In the past, people didn't read the original for a fee. Now that it's free, there's no reason for people to read the pirated version, right? We can't give all the traffic to the black-hearted profiteers of the pirated website, right? Therefore, I'm waiting for everyone to come to the home of dragons.
Chapter 2678.
The entire Element Palace was filled with Element Immortal Origin energy. The core of the Element Immortal Origin energy was in this pool. Many of the scattered portions were also imprisoned in the Element Palace. This place gathered all the Element Immortal Origin energy in the myriad worlds. After absorbing enough mist, Lingxi's eyes became clearer. Her vision passed through the layers of pure Immortal Origin energy, and saw a total of 9 snow-white stone lions around the pool. The stone lions were mighty and domineering. The temperament of the king of beasts was displayed clearly. Moreover, they were pure and flawless. Their entire bodies were snow-white without a trace of impurity. It was as if they were carved out of jade. They were very perfect. Even their eyes were as white as gems. The pure Immortal Origin energy that was condensed into liquid came from the mouth of these stone lions. I didn't expect the 9 plain lions to fall to such a state. Back then, they accompanied Celestial Emperor Ling Su to roam the world. Their name was also known throughout the myriad realms. They are not demonic beasts, but strange creatures. They are also born directly by the heavens and earth. They have existed for countless years and have been guarding the pure Immortal Origin energy. Now they are asleep. Their power comes from the pure Immortal Origin energy. If you can achieve the pure Immortal Origin energy, they might wake up again. Pure lions. To the current Ling Shi, they were cold and mysterious at the same time. She headed towards the pool. The most important thing now was naturally to try and see if she could fuse with the pure Immortal Origin energy and achieve the pure Immortal Origin energy. As for how long this process would take, no one knew. In the blink of an eye, she arrived in front of the pool. The mist around her vaguely revealed her peerless appearance. Her jade-like skin and snow-white skin were almost no different from the milky mist. Almost without hesitation, she floated gently towards the pool that was filled with pure Immortal Origin energy. The depth of the pool was just enough to submerge her. Starting from her slender and delicate jade-like feet, when she touched the pool formed by the milky white pure Immortal Origin energy, her clothes gradually disappeared. Knowing that her entire body was submerged in the pure Immortal Origin energy, she was naked. At this moment, she had completely fused with the pure Immortal Origin energy. It was equally pure and flawless. Even though he was her man, when he saw this scene, Long Chen was still a little stunned. The pure Immortal Origin energy seemed to exist for her. Lingxi felt like she was soaking in the purest milk. But this was the pure Immortal Origin energy. It was the primordial power that appeared with the birth of the world. When Lingxi completely came in contact with the source power of the pure Immortal realm, the quiet source power of the pure Immortal realm suddenly boiled and invaded, or modified, Lingxi at a steady speed, allowing her to be reborn and advance towards the source body of the pure Immortal realm. This was the rarest and most effective rebirth she had ever experienced. From her skin to her flesh, from her flesh to her internal organs, to her bones, to the world tree, to her divine palace, to her spiritual sea and primordial spirit, everything that belonged to her started to go through a very mild change after being integrated with the original force of pure Immortal. Up until now, the modifications that Long Chen had endured were basically violent. However, the pure Immortal Origin power was different. It was a kind of gentle purifying power. Although the process was gentle, it was very fast. Long Chen was connected with Lingxi through the love thread of 3 lifetimes, so he was even more aware of every single change in her body. She was growing stronger to the extreme. Not only would her body eventually become that eternal pure immortal origin power, even her power would start to have this nature. The pure immortal origin power was currently being integrated into her body. If she succeeded in the end, all the pure immortal origin power in the entire Pure Palace would probably be absorbed by her. At that time, even if she couldn't unleash her super strength in a short period of time, at least in terms of nature and physique, she would surpass many people. According to the current speed, Long Chen estimated the time and said, "It'll take about a month. During this month, you just stay here obediently." Men. Lingxi snorted lightly. Her voice made one go numb. Clearly, this rebirth was indeed a kind of enjoyment for her. Long Chen's heart that was hanging in suspense was completely relaxed. No matter how strong Lingxi was, he couldn't be left behind. Now that he had just achieved the Taiji divine realm and become a deity, he had also integrated all his mystiques with nomological power. He needed to consolidate. Defeating the ultimate realm Divine Lord Netherworld did not excite him. This was because he knew that although Divine Lord Netherworld was already very terrifying, he wasn't his goal. His goal should be to make the returning primordial deities unable to control his fate. He didn't like it when his fate was in the hands of others. Hell Divine City. In the depths, the Divine King of Hell was resting in a dark room with his eyes closed. Suddenly, there was a clank. A skinny figure stood in front of him. Under the withered skin, blue veins protruded. He looked very ferocious. Clearly, he was in a furious mood. "You finally dared to return." The Divine King of Hell raised his head coldly. The person standing in front of him was Divine Lord Netherworld. After being defeated by Long Chen, Divine Lord Netherworld fled immediately. He was too ashamed to face anyone. He probably went out to vent his anger. Only now did he appear in front of the Divine King of Hell. Divine Lord Netherworld clenched his fists and said ferociously, "What do you think of today's battle?" The Divine King of Hell said, "What else can I think? You lost." Divine Lord Netherworld shook his head and said, "Listen carefully to his deeds and you'll understand that his growth is too fast. He climbed from the bottom to where he is now. It's a miracle that he defeated the primeval troll. Then, he came back from the Spirit Essence Star Ocean. His opponents went from God General to me. You know this kind of metamorphosis. He's a rare fellow who became a deity through faith. He's different from us. There might be a day when we can't control him." The Divine King of Hell pondered for a while and said, "Let's wait and see. There's no rush. He still needs some time to go from Divine Lord to Divine King. Moreover, no matter how talented a person is, there will always be a limit. Only one Divine King is born out of 1,000,000,000,000 people, let alone someone stronger. If I can't control him one day, the Divine Emperor should be back by then. Divine Emperor should be the one to decide, right?" The Divine King of Hell clenched his teeth and sneered, "In other words, I lost so badly today, but I don't have the chance to vent my anger anymore? Just bear with it for a while longer. We have even more important things to look for in this place." "All right. However, since I can't take revenge on Long Chen, I can make him suffer again, just like you did last time." The Divine King of Hell turned around and was about to leave. The Divine King of Hell instantly appeared in front of him and grabbed his neck. He smiled and said, "Who told you that?" The Divine King of Hell was so scared that his face turned pale. He said, "I guessed it. No other Divine Kings would come here. The Divine King of Light doesn't seem to have any relationship with Long Chen, so I guessed it. Do you know what will happen if I find out about this?" The Divine King of Hell nodded in shock. He said, "Don't worry, Divine King. We'll always be on the same side." "Then tell me, how will you make him suffer?" The Divine King of Hell asked curiously. "Of course I won't touch him. I just need to trap the wolf demon and demon Wa in my Yellow Springs heavenly diagram without anyone noticing and refine them without anyone noticing. How can he not be in pain after losing his woman, brother, and sister? I have to take revenge on him. Today, he humiliated me and I can't face anyone. I have to make him suffer again no matter what." The Divine King of Hell let go of the Divine King of Hell gently and smirked. "This is your choice. It has nothing to do with me. However, your Yellow Springs heavenly diagram was personally given to you by the Divine King. You're quite good at refining those too, especially Demon Hua. She's just weak. If the Yellow Springs heavenly diagram can refine her, it'll probably bring you quite a lot of benefits. That's your real goal, right? The Divine King of Hell avoided the question and said with a smile, "Thank you for your help, Divine King. Wait for my good news. Long Chen is growing too fast. I need to give him a good beating." After saying that, he took his leave and set off. What will happen? Princess Diao, what are you thinking? You promised to give me an orderal-level treasure. It must be something important. Is it just because you like Long Chen? Love can't be formed so easily. Long Chen was cultivating in seclusion. Of course, he didn't know what they were talking about. At the same time, Mo Xiaolang and Xueqi were together. Long Chen usually stayed in the Slaughter Dragon City, so they stayed there too. Occasionally, they would go to other dragon cities. After all, during this period, their main task was to protect the peace of the 5 dragon cities. Normally speaking, ordinary experts would not pose much of a threat to the 5 great dragon cities. There were too many experts in the 5 great dragon cities, and they were afraid that gods would descend. If they took action, they could easily destroy the 5 great dragon cities, so they had to be very careful. Once there was news, the dragon emperors would tell Mo Xiaolang. For example, he and Xueqi were in the Eternal Dragon City. Their cultivation was different from Long Chen's. They needed to devour more. Therefore, they weren't as busy as Long Chen. It was rare for them to have a peaceful day, so they were quite relaxed. The sun was setting. Soyan stood on the Sea of Time. She swung her snake tail and played on the Sea of Time. Mo Xiaolang stood on the water and looked at the little girl gently. "Brother Xiaolang, what do you think our future will be like?" "You mean between us and the gods?" Mo Xiaolang asked. "Yes." Mo Xiaolang said, "If they really were our ancestors and liked this world, they wouldn't be like this. We are the only ones who treat this place as our home. Big Brother knows that. Moreover, with Sister Lingxi's matter, conflict will happen one day. Therefore we need to be prepared. It is very likely that, to us, they are no different from primeval troll." Soyan was shocked. Is it that serious? Although she was strong, she didn't have much fighting spirit. Then what about Di Yao? Does she like Brother Long Chen? Does Brother Long Chen like her? Chapter 2679. Soyan tilted her head and thought for a while, then said, "Anyway, I feel that Di Yao is a bad woman, different from Sister Lingxi and Sister Xuanji. For example, Sister Xuanji will never come back once she leaves, but I can tell that she misses Brother Long Chen a lot. It's just that she doesn't like to say what she likes out loud." That's right. But that's not the way to define it. At least for now, I can't see how she treated Big Brother badly, especially the recent matter. Apart from Big Brother and herself, no one knows whether it's true or not. Didn't Big Brother say that something strange happened? But I believe that he can handle it. We just need to guard the 5 great dragon cities. Now that Big Brother's combat power is stronger, we have to catch up to him, or else we will be left far behind. Yeah, it's a pity that I can't devour others. If I can recover Demon Hua's peak strength, I'll be stronger than that God King of Hell. Let's see if he still dares to be so arrogant then. While they were talking, they didn't know that someone was approaching them from under the Sea of Time. The Yellow Springs Divine Lord hid in the Yellow Springs heavenly diagram and quietly approached them. The chaotic time in the Sea of Time provided him with a lot of help. The Yellow Springs heavenly diagram itself was a creator-level creation divine artifact with all sorts of miraculous effects. Now that it had turned into a stream of yellow water and melted into the Sea of Time, the Yellow Springs Divine Lord was far better than Mo Xiaolang and Soyan in every aspect when he was controlling this creator-level creation divine artifact with the power of an ultimate Divine Lord. Therefore, they didn't notice the Yellow Springs heavenly diagram even when they were close. At this moment, the stream of water formed by the Yellow Springs heavenly diagram was right below Soyan. The Yellow Springs Divine Lord looked at them through the Yellow Springs heavenly diagram and sneered. Devil Hua, who has lost her power but still has her essence, and Demon Wolf, who has boundless potential. If I refine both of them with my Yellow Springs heavenly diagram, the benefits will very likely exceed my imagination. Moreover, Long Chen will definitely suffer even more because you defeated me. As for when you discover that they're dead, you can always push the blame onto that God King from another world. This plan is indeed foolproof. He was mysteriously defeated by Long Chen, but he wasn't worried about the two in front of him at all. Mo Xiaolang was well aware that Mo Xiaolang was at the ultimate realm of Tai Chi, who was on par with Thunder God from the ninth heaven last time, and was even weaker than him. As for Devil Hua, she was just a little girl who had taken control of Devil Hua's body, so she wasn't a threat at all. He quietly used the Yellow Springs Heavenly Scroll and sneered. At this moment, he made his move. The Yellow Springs Heavenly Scroll abruptly transformed into an earthy yellow torrent. Like a giant python, it surged up from the depths of the time sea with incredible speed, ambushing Mo Xiaolang and Xueqi in an infinitely short time. When he made his move, Mo Xiaolang indeed sensed the commotion. Yan-er. His first thought wasn't to flee, but to protect Xueqi in his arms. Just as he and Xueqi converged, the torrent below rushed out and abruptly expanded, surrounding them in the Yellow Springs torrent. In the blink of an eye, the time around them changed dramatically. Mo Xiaolang knew that he and Xueqi had been pulled into another world. This was the world inside the Yellow Springs Heavenly Scroll. It was also the place where the Yellow Springs Divine Lord had refined them. As far as the eye could see, they were still surrounded by water, but it wasn't the time sea. Instead, it was a boundless, dark yellow ocean, boundless and endless. The river surged, and yellow clouds floated in the sky. It was extremely cold. The world inside the Yellow Springs Heavenly Scroll was a world of death. Apart from death, there was nothing else. Where is this place? After arriving here, it was as if they had arrived at Long Chen's death realm. Everything was sealed. Mo Xiaolang had wanted to inform Long Chen immediately, but he couldn't do so through the star talisman. In fact, he also had faith in Long Chen. Through the connection, he believed that Long Chen could feel his anxiety. This was something that the Yellow Springs Divine Lord had overlooked. Although he knew that Long Chen had become a god through faith, he didn't know that even the two people around Long Chen had absolute faith in Long Chen. Seeing the surging Yellow Springs, Mo Xiaolang shouted in a deep voice, "Yellow Springs Divine Lord, stop hiding. I know it's you. Didn't my big brother beat you up badly? You're looking for us to take revenge on him, aren't you? You're a joke. You're a god who has cultivated for tens of millions of years, yet you're still playing this kind of game?" The Yellow Springs Heavenly Scroll shook as he spoke. "No matter what you say, you're dead today. As long as you die, he'll pay the price. It's not like you don't know my reputation. Ever since I became a god, there hasn't been a grudge that I couldn't take." As his voice echoed, the entire world inside the Yellow Springs Heavenly Scroll shook. The Yellow Springs Divine Lord was assassinating them, so he wouldn't give Mo Xiaolang a chance to buy time. "I'll let you go to the real Yellow Springs and let you be a pair of lovebirds. A wolf and a snake. What a joke." Rumble. The Yellow Springs Heavenly Scroll raged. To Mo Xiaolang's surprise, the water of the Yellow Spring in the Yellow Spring Heavenly Diagram was originally dark, evil and dirty. The Yellow Spring law itself was a corrosive and decaying law, a kind of corrosion to the soul and the body. However, in the Yellow Spring Heavenly Diagram, all the water was burning with yellow flames. Water and fire fused. The water was the water of the Yellow Springs, and the fire was the fire of the Yellow Springs. They both had the power and nature of the Yellow Springs law, but they had different levels of attack. The water corroded the body, and the fire burned the essence soul. Water and fire fused, and the body was destroyed. Hell Samsara. Yellow Springs Water and Fire. Boom. Boom. The Yellow Springs Heavenly Scroll was in a complete state of chaos. All the Yellow Springs water formed a huge vortex of samsara, and all the flames were attached to it. The evil flames were very similar to the 9 hell demon ancestral fire. Heed my command, refine. Divine Lord Netherworld was extremely ruthless. His body had fused with the Yellow Springs Heavenly Scroll, and he controlled it from the inside. This was the greatest strength of the Heavenly Scroll. Mo Xiaolang and Xueqi exchanged looks without a word. Against such an ambush, they obviously had to ensure that they wouldn't die. Therefore, at that moment, the sun-devouring fiend wolf and devil was true body instantly appeared. It was a gigantic black wolf, a behemoth that resembled a snake but had wings and 4 limbs. In terms of ferocity, Devil Hua was even more shocking than the sun-devouring fiend wolf. It had to be said that a final realm divine lord coupled with a creation-level creation divine artifact far exceeded their level. Even if they joined forces, they could only deal with a primordial realm divine lord. However, they also had things they were good at. For example, Mo Xiaolang. When he saw the flames of the netherworld, he did not hesitate to transform into the sun-devouring fiend wolf and devour the massive flames. He was the nemesis of flames. Although the flames of the netherworld's burning powers were rather terrifying, under his protection, the flames could not harm them despite not being able to devour them cleanly. However, the other party's strength was just too immense. It wasn't just the netherworld heavenly scroll, but the attacks of a final realm divine lord. Can you devour the flames? However, can you devour them cleanly? Divine Lord Netherworld's loud laughter sounded. He was just beside the duo, ready to attack at any moment. Brother Xiaolang, what do we do? Hold on. Mo Xiaolang did not wish to risk his life at all. Although the Netherworld Heavenly Scroll's confinement was very tight, he knew that Long Chen would definitely hear his calls. All he needed to do now was hold on. Although Divine Lord Netherworld was arrogant now, he would be in trouble once Long Chen arrived. You can't kill us. Once my brother arrives with his temper, I reckon you will die today, said Mo Xiaolang with a heavy heart. What a joke. In my Netherworld Heavenly Scroll, even if a godly monarch descends, he won't be able to save you. Divine Lord Netherworld mobilized millions of Netherworld water fire and descended mightily. The water and fire cycled and churned constantly. Even if Mo Xiaolang could devour the flames, he could not withstand the Netherworld water fire. Once he was tainted by the Netherworld water fire, his body would be riddled with holes. The impact sent Mo Xiaolang flying to Xueqi's side. The Netherworld water fire corroded his body, leaving many wounds. Even the god-fiend body could not withstand such terrifying laws. The next time will be the day you die. Divine Lord Netherworld laughed sinisterly. Brother Xiaolang, let me do it. Seeing that Mo Xiaolang was injured, Xueqi was so angry that her face turned pale. Her demon-wa body rushed to the front. After devouring Thunder God from the ninth heaven, she became stronger. When the Netherworld water fire descended, she tore open a huge black hole and devoured all of Divine Lord Netherworld's attacks. Interesting, interesting. I want to see how much you can devour with the endless Netherworld water fire. Divine Lord Netherworld laughed. But he was soon dumbfounded. Demon Wa's black hole was endless. If this continued, the Netherworld Heavenly Scroll would be exhausted to death. He originally planned to use the Netherworld Heavenly Scroll to refine the two little guys. After all, he did not care about their strength at all. But from the looks of it, he had to do it himself. Swoosh! He suddenly appeared in front of Xueqi. Yellow Dragon comes out. The ultimate divine sovereign punched out, repelling Demon Wa and shattering the black hole. The unrestrained Yellow Spring's water and fire descended like a tsunami. Although Demon Wa and the sun-devouring demonic wolf were huge, they seemed so tiny in the face of this disaster. Brother Xiaolang. Xueqi was shocked. They felt a great threat. I'll block it. You attack that direction. Quick. Mo Xiaolang suddenly pointed in a direction for Xueqi. He would block the Netherworld Heavenly Scroll's power himself. Although she didn't know what Mo Xiaolang meant, why did he attack in such an inexplicable direction, and she was quite worried that he would face such an attack by himself. Their tacit understanding of each other for many years told her that this was the most dangerous moment. She had to obey Mo Xiaolang's command to find a way out. Obviously, Mo Xiaolang would ask him to do something dangerous by himself, but as a man, he had to do it. Therefore, when sun-devouring direwolf rushed forward to block the Netherworld Samsara, Xueqi tore open another huge black hole, even bigger than the previous one. Chapter 2680. The sun-devouring direwolf and demon were attacked at the same time. When the sun-devouring direwolf charged into the endless Yellow Spring Samsara with the fire-forbidden zone to fight against it, Demon Wa's black hole law was unleashed to the greatest extent. There was no Yellow Spring's water or fire to attack. Xueqi could only vaguely guess what Mo Xiaolang wanted him to do. Indeed, her black hole law tore a small hole in the sealed Yellow Spring's heavenly diagram. This was Divine Lord Yellow Spring's miscalculation. He had underestimated the power of Xueqi's black hole law. Tearing and devouring. Even if it was a creation divine weapon, it was normal for it to be unable to block it because it was inside. Divine Lord Yellow Spring hurriedly let the Yellow Spring's heavenly diagram repair the hole. But now, he almost laughed out loud, because at this moment, even Mo Xiaolong's fire-forbidden domain couldn't withstand the joint attack of him and the underworld heavenly diagram. At this moment, Mo Xiaolang was completely submerged by his underworld water fire. However, at that moment, Divine Lord Yellow Spring felt an unprecedented murderous intent. This murderous intent didn't come from Mo Xiaolang or Xueqi. It came from the outside world. He actually sensed the existence of the outside world. Just as he turned his gaze to the outside world, something even more terrifying happened. The murderous intent from the outside world had actually shifted to the inner world. The passageway was naturally the small hole that Xueqi had just created. Moreover, it had almost recovered. A person appeared inside the Yellow Spring's heavenly diagram out of thin air. Divine Lord Yellow Spring focused his eyes and saw that it was none other than Long Chen. Intense murderous intent. How did you know? He panicked. According to the plan, Long Chen couldn't have come here. He didn't understand faith. To Mo Xiaolang, Long Chen was his faith. When his emotions changed drastically, Long Chen could sense it. He could even clearly see what was happening around Mo Xiaolang. When he saw the Yellow Spring sky diagram, he naturally trembled with anger. Back then, Lingxi had been attacked and almost killed by the God King of Hell. That scene was very similar to what was happening now. Both had been done by the gods of primeval times, and both had been hidden from Long Chen. And yet, both had inflicted heart-wrenching, lung-splitting pain. It was enough for Long Chen to try it once. He did not expect that there would be a second time right under his nose. This time, it was not the Divine King of Hell, but the Divine Lord of Hell who was under the Divine King of Hell. If he could tolerate it the first time, he could not tolerate it the second time. Everyone had a certain limit, and the one in front of him was Long Chen's limit. He saw something. He saw that both Mo Xiaolong's physical body and primordial spirit were under the attack of the Yellow Spring's laws. In order to let Long Chen in, he had suffered great damage. There was no time for hesitation. There was only one thing to do, and that was to kill. Storm of Time. He suddenly transformed into a void cosmic dragon and blasted out with the storm of time. The power of time tore apart the Yellow Spring samsara around Mo Xiaolang. His divine dragon limbs grabbed Mo Xiaolong's body, and he instantly transformed into a Tai Chi spiritual dragon. He was full of vitality, and it was clearly the nemesis of the Yellow Spring's laws. All of the injuries on Mo Xiaolong's body were rapidly recovering. Take care of him. Long Chen was about to throw Mo Xiaolang to Xueqi. He looked rather cold, but both Mo Xiaolang and Xueqi knew that Long Chen was at his most terrifying. The first time the Divine King of Hell had tried to assassinate Lingxi, he had been extremely angry. His hatred had reached a boiling point, but for the sake of the bigger picture, he had endured it. But this was the second time, and the Divine Lord of Hell had tried to assassinate his most important brother and sister. This was his reverse scale. Most of the time he could endure it, but once it was touched, and this was the second time, he had seen Mo Xiaolong's injuries. If he had not come and noticed it, Mo Xiaolang and Xueqi would not have been able to escape misfortune. After all, he was an ultimate Divine Lord who had cultivated for millions of years. There were no words to describe the anger in his heart. Big brother, I'm fine. With the nourishment of the fire of life, the nomological power of the Yellow Springs was terror-stricken. Long Chen knew that Mo Xiaolang had almost recovered. He gathered with Xueqi and without a word, began devouring the Yellow Springs heavenly diagram. He would devour as much as he could. This was because he understood Long Chen and knew what Long Chen wanted to do. Since he could not be of much help now, he could make use of this time to devour as much as he could. Long Chen. The Divine Lord of Hell rushed out of the Yellow Spring samsara water fire that filled the sky. He was extremely furious as he looked at Long Chen ferociously. His well-executed plan had been destroyed by Long Chen. Now that everything had been exposed, Long Chen would definitely not let him off. He was still unconvinced from the previous battle, so he did not escape this time. In a moment of anger, he confronted Long Chen. I underestimated you previously. Since you were lucky enough to find this place, I'll grant you your wish. This time, you can forget about defeating me. The Divine Lord of Hell roared angrily. What responded to him was Long Chen's cold gaze. The Tai Chi spiritual dragon transformed into the Divine Way heart-refining dragon. His golden and black steel-like body flashed with a cold light. In an instant, 1,000,000 divine swords emerged from the dragon's scales and appeared around the heart-refining dragon of the divine Tao. The blades flashed with a cold light and were filled with murderous intent. Divine prison of sabers and swords. Without a word, he began his killing spree. Not only did the divine prison of sabers and swords occupy the entire Yellow Springs heavenly diagram, but he also charged at the divine Lord of Hell. This attack was different from the previous spar. Long Chen did not hold back. In his heart, this was an enemy who had almost killed his brother and sister. There was nothing more to say. Kill. Divine prison of sabers and swords. Karma King Sword. The divine Lord of Hell's heart was boiling. He mobilized the water and fire in the Yellow Springs Samsara and bombarded Long Chen. Long Chen condensed the divine prison of sabers and swords into a huge sword, tearing the Yellow Springs Samsara apart. Then, the sharpest Karma King sword in his glabella exploded, forming the Karma King realm in the Yellow Springs heavenly diagram. Boom! An endless world trapped the divine Lord of Hell. Where is this? What responded to him was the most terrifying Karma King sword. This was the judgment of the divine way heart-refining dragon. It was a fusion of laws and divine powers, and was one of Long Chen's strongest attacks. Pierce. The divine Lord of Hell was shocked. However, he had temporarily lost control of the Yellow Springs heavenly diagram after being isolated by the Karma King realm. He could only use his own means, such as the endless sea of bitterness, to restrain Long Chen. However, Long Chen could break through his endless sea of bitterness once, so he could do it again. Finally, the Karma King sword pierced through the divine Lord of Hell. The divine Lord of Hell was heavily injured. His divine body and primordial spirit were severely injured. Once the Karma King realm was broken, the divine Lord of Hell vomited blood and fell to the ground. Now, Long Chen's karma nomological power was still wreaking havoc in his body. If he did not get rid of the karma power, he would not be able to recover even after 1,000,000 years. He did not expect that he would be defeated so quickly. He was momentarily stunned. You actually dared to injure me so severely. Aren't you afraid of the godly King of Hell? The divine Lord of Hell had never been worried that he would die. This was because under the rule of the godly emperor, even the godly king did not care about killing other gods. He had failed to assassinate Mo Shaolang and Xueqi, but he subconsciously believed that now that his plan had failed, Long Chen would at most defeat him and teach him a lesson. That sword was too ruthless. Therefore, the divine Lord of Hell was furious and afraid. What kind of power is this? Hurry up and force it out of my body. He stabilized his body and continued to be aggressive. Today, he had admitted defeat. He finally admitted that he was not Long Chen's match. However, he did not expect that the response would be Long Chen's blade. He had already transformed into his human form. With the peerless dragon salure in his hand, his expression was cold. Without saying a word, he chopped down on his own head. Time fracture. This was his most terrifying time ability. Previously, he had been heavily injured, and now that he had received this attack, the divine Lord of Hell had lost all of his power. He was instantly weakened to the extreme, and at this time, even a divine general would be able to take care of him. It had been a long time since he had been in such a miserable state. The divine Lord of Hell was dumbfounded. What exactly was this Long Chen trying to do? When he saw Long Chen's cold eyes, he was frightened and afraid. Long Chen clearly wanted to kill him. For a moment, he was so scared that his entire body trembled. Even though he only had half his life left, he still struggled and warned in a shrill voice, "If you want to kill me, try and see if the two godly kings will kill you." The death of the thunder god from the 9th heaven last time was already the limit. Do you think that the divine rules are something that you can violate? He was confident that Long Chen would not dare to violate the divine rules. Who said I was going to violate the divine rules? Long Chen's words made the divine Lord of Hell feel a little more at ease. It seemed that he still did not dare to kill him. However, he had overlooked a fact. To Long Chen, they were still in the Yellow Springs heavenly diagram, so no one knew what was happening inside. Therefore, at this moment, Long Chen pressed down on his head and threw him in the direction of Soyan. "Yenner, swallow him." These 5 words were the most terrifying nightmare that the divine Lord of Hell had ever heard in his life. He had just heaved a sigh of relief, but when he heard these 5 words, he was so scared that his entire body trembled. Yes. Demon Wa rushed over. She hated the divine Lord of Hell very much.
He had almost killed Mo Xiaolang just now. Xueqi was not inflexible. She was also a demon now. The Divine Lord of Hell thought that she would be polite just because she looked young. However, what she displayed was a black hole. The strength of Long Chen's throw rendered the Divine Lord of Hell unable to move. He could not even say a word as he crashed into the black hole and was swallowed by Xueqi. Before entering the black hole, his expression was as terrified as one could imagine, and as regretful as one could imagine. Unfortunately, no matter who it was, there was no chance for regret. Mo Xiaolang took this opportunity to constantly devour the flames in the Yellow Springs heavenly diagram. This matter was not over yet. He had to make everything disappear. Long Chen grabbed at the void and pulled out a huge python. This was the creation heroic spirit of the Yellow Springs heavenly diagram. "Your master is dead. You know what to do?" asked Long Chen. The python trembled constantly and said, "Yes. I know. Master, you will be my master from now on." "Wrong, it's her." Long Chen pointed at Xueqi. The Yellow Springs heavenly diagram was useless against him, but it could allow Xueqi to protect herself. Moreover, the creation heroic spirit was a python, which was similar to Xueqi. Chapter 2681. Her. The python was a little reluctant. Although he had witnessed Soyan's power just now, the ideal candidate in his heart was naturally Long Chen after the Yellow Springs Divine Lord had been killed. That was because Long Chen had defeated the Yellow Springs Divine Lord and rendered him unable to retaliate. After fighting with Long Chen twice, he had truly understood how terrifying and powerful Long Chen was. Therefore, he was a little reluctant. "Don't be unreasonable. Before long, she will be countless times more powerful than your original master. It's just a matter of time." Long Chen laughed coldly. Sensing his killing intent, even the creation stage Yellow Springs heavenly diagram was shocked. It hurriedly said, "All right, I'll listen to you." After saying that, it eagerly ran over to Soyan's side. With this creation stage divine artifact, if there was a possibility of a real war in the future, Xueqi would be able to use it. But in reality, if it were to be kept now, it would probably be unable to use it for a very long time. Let her be the master. Of course, Long Chen had to force the Yellow Springs heavenly diagram. To be honest, the Yellow Springs heavenly diagram and the Yellow Springs Divine Lord were of the same character. They were birds of a feather. If he didn't threaten it, it wouldn't listen. Under Long Chen's command, the Yellow Springs heavenly diagram obediently fell under Soyan's control. Looking at the vast world of the Yellow Springs heavenly diagram, Long Chen was a little dazed. At that moment, he finally calmed down from his previous rage. He admitted that directly killing the Yellow Springs Divine Lord, who was an ultimate stage Divine Lord, was indeed very impulsive. But he couldn't help it. Some he could endure, some he couldn't. This was the second time. When he sensed the change in Mo Xiaolang, he saw what was happening. Instantly, his blood boiled and he rushed over without a care for his life. At that time, he only had one thought in his mind, and that was to send Sir God Netherworld to hell for real. To be honest, after Xueqi devoured Sir God Netherworld, she became even more powerful. This was a divine lord of the ultimate realm, after all. Perhaps when she completely digested Sir God Netherworld, her exhausted power would almost recover to the level of a perfect realm divine lord. In addition to demon was terrifying talent and rule power, her black hole rule would at least be a great threat to opponents at the same level as Sir God Netherworld. Devil Wa was powerful to begin with. Long Chen was not so inflexible. If it was an enemy who harmed the people he protected in the world, then he would kill them. No matter how he killed them, it was all the same. It would be better to let Xueqi and Mo Xiaolang have some power in this era where the gods had returned. After devouring the flames of the Netherworld, Mo Xiaolang's injuries were completely healed and he improved greatly. He was almost close to the realm of a divine lord. In terms of realm, he was completely ahead of Long Chen. Of course, due to Long Chen's great transformation into a god, he was not as strong as Long Chen in terms of combat power. However, Mo Xiaolang's talent was here. Once he devoured a god that was good at fire rule or similar rule, his power would skyrocket in a short time and he would directly devour the rule of others. This was more terrifying than anything else. Sir God Netherworld.
the #1 god under the godly king of hell, a ruthless character thousands of years ago who struck fear into people's hearts. Rumor has it that he is a petty person who will seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Today, I see that it's true. This person called Old Ancestor Netherworld does have great divine power. But Big Brother, is it okay to kill him just like that? As long as we don't say anything, who will know? Just like back then, who would know who killed Lingxi? Long Chen smiled faintly. Xueqi had already controlled the Yellow Springs heavenly diagram. Long Chen said to the Yellow Springs heavenly diagram, "Listen, as long as you don't listen, I have a way to make you suffer the same fate as Sir God Netherworld. Or even worse than him. Only the few of us know about what happened today. Hide well and don't let anyone see your existence. How about that?" The Yellow Springs heavenly diagram hurriedly nodded and said, "I understand. I understand. From today onwards, I am on your side." Thank you, Brother Long Chen. A creation-level creation artifact was a huge gift. Moreover, it was personally given to Sir God Netherworld by D. Jun. Be careful. Long Chen said to Xueqi alone. Of course, he wanted his brothers and sisters to become stronger. That way, today's incident would not have happened. If it was in the past, he would definitely be in awe of Sir God Netherworld. However, things were different now. He was also a god. Although he was facing legends, he himself was a legend. It was time to leave this place and return quietly. The previous battles had been in the Yellow Springs heavenly diagram. Long Chen had been controlling Sir God Netherworld at all times, so there should be no problem. When they came out of the Yellow Springs heavenly diagram and floated above the time sea, everything was normal. Just as Long Chen and the others were about to return to the 5 dragon cities, a god suddenly descended. It should be said that this person had been nearby. In fact, to Long Chen and the others, the locations of all the gods on the dragon sacrificial continent were very clear. Of course, they were weaker than Long Chen. For example, Long Chen could not grasp the God King of Hell. However, the person who had come was not the God King of Hell, but Diyao. Perhaps she had been around for some time, but the Yellow Springs heavenly diagram had not discovered her. It was even harder for Long Chen and the others to see her in the Yellow Springs heavenly diagram seal. As soon as they came out of the Yellow Springs heavenly diagram, Diyao caught up with them from afar. Long Chen was shocked. Fortunately, it was Diyao. If there were other gods nearby, they would definitely be suspicious. They might even be sure that Long Chen had killed Sir God Netherworld. If this matter were to spread, Long Chen would definitely face punishment under the divine rule. According to the divine rule, he would be executed. However, since it was Diyao, there was still a way to save her. "You guys go back first," Long Chen said to Mo Xiaolang and the others. Okay. Mo Xiaolang knew that Long Chen would resolve it. Therefore, he exchanged glances with Xueqi and the two of them returned to Eternal Dragon City first. This battle was very secretive because Divine Emperor Netherworld didn't want the fact that he had killed Mo Xiaolang and Di Yao to be leaked. Di Yao must have appeared here because she happened to run into him. Today, Di Yao's mood was much gentler. It was as if she had forgotten the conflict between the two of them many days ago. She had a faint smile on her face. It was not like her. It was a forced smile, and there was deep sorrow in her eyes. At the same time, she was becoming more and more obsessed with Long Chen. At this time, even Long Chen could see that she liked him. Perhaps it was the power of love that turned her from an unruly, willful, and domineering princess into a timid and obedient little girl who was willing to compromise. Long Chen said in a low voice, "What did you see?" Di Yao came in front of him and stared at him. She said softly, "I saw nothing. I came to find you and apologize." Her tone was very light and soft. It was rare for her to have such a comfortable side. That kind of gentleness was almost unbearable for Long Chen. "You really didn't see anything? For example, you killed a god?" Long Chen asked suspiciously. "That's not the point. I came to apologize to you. Previously, I was too anxious. I was afraid and anxious for you to give me an explanation. I ignored your feelings and brought him a lot of trouble. Now I've thought it through. Even if some accidents happened, feelings can't be forced. If you don't want it now, I can wait for you for a very, very long time, even tens of millions of years. In any case, I've already decided in this lifetime." She looked at Long Chen nervously. Her light golden eyes were shining with a faint light of tears. They looked crystal clear like gems. Her skin was as smooth as snow, and her figure was graceful. Everything about her was perfect. She must have seen him kill Sir God Netherworld. But she didn't mention it. She didn't even care about this matter, which was really a big deal for everyone. To her, maybe their previous relationship was more important? Long Chen was even more confused. Why was she like this? Was his charm really that great? They had only known each other for a short time, but this divine emperor princess was already so determined to follow him? He thought for a while and explained, "Princess, the awkwardness between us probably started in the dream spirit's realm. I really have to explain this to you. When I killed the last evil spirit, a red light appeared on its body and affected me. It caused me to almost lose control of my body, which was why I was rude to you. It wasn't my intention, so please forgive me. I'm not lying." Di Yao pursed her lips and smiled. "I know. You're not that kind of person. But this is fate. I'm very grateful for this change. It gave us a chance to be together. You're the first man in my life. I'll never forget you." Long Chen couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. He tried to explain. "Actually, I'm not really your man. I'm just... Anyway, we didn't progress to the point of success at that time, so it doesn't really count." Hearing this, Di Yao's face turned red. Her heart was in a mess as she said, But since I was young, no one has ever treated me like this. Not to mention you saw me naked and even touched me. So to me, this is already enough. Don't quibble. You won't be such an irresponsible person. At worst, if you feel that you didn't succeed, I can let you succeed. In any case, I'm already yours." Seeing her bashful look, Long Chen felt that the more he explained, the more she would misunderstand. The experience in the dream spirit's realm was inexplicable. But it had to be said that it was very difficult to get rid of this trouble. If Di Yao wanted to be forceful, he could resist, like the last time. But this time, she actually wanted to be gentle. She was completely like a little girl. Long Chen wondered if she would run away if he slapped her. After thinking about it carefully, he felt that when Lingxi returned, she would give up on this idea. It wasn't the right time to reject her. After all, she was the victim in this matter. She had a noble status, and Long Chen didn't want to provoke her to the point of going berserk. That would be troublesome. Moreover, she had seen him kill the Yellow Springs immortal. If he pushed her too far, she might report it to the God King of Hell. Chapter 2682. Long Chen said, "Let's talk about this later. I have to go back and continue my cultivation. What about you?" Di Yao was happy to see that he wasn't angry. She put on a sweet smile and said, "I want to stay by your side. Don't worry, I won't disturb you." It was hard to imagine that the divine emperor princess who didn't care about anything and ignored Long Chen would be like this in front of Long Chen now. She was trouble by his side. Long Chen said, "I don't think that's a good idea. It's not safe for you to be here, and people will gossip." "I'm not afraid of gossip, not to mention my safety. No one can do anything to me on this draconic continent. Most importantly, Divine Lord Netherworld. Although you were rather discreet when you attacked, he suddenly disappeared nearby. It would be fine if the God King of Hell didn't notice him, but if he did, he would definitely suspect that you were the one who killed him. After all, he could vaguely know all of our locations and directions. If he finds out that I'm by your side, I can protect you. Otherwise, according to the godly rule, he'll definitely kill you. Just like the death of Thunder God from the ninth heaven." It seemed that he was a bit impulsive in this matter. However, Long Chen did not regret it. He was not the kind of person who could tolerate the people around him being assassinated twice. When he killed Divine Lord Netherworld, he had already considered the consequences. Of course, he was also prepared to bear the consequences. It was nothing more than a struggle. Now, it was almost time for that to happen. Of course, with Di Yao's help, he could avoid a lot of trouble and death. It was just that he owed her more. Although he didn't understand why this girl was so infatuated with him, the more he owed her, the harder it would be to repay her. "All right, you can follow me if you want." In fact, he couldn't stop her no matter what choice she made. Hearing this, Di Yao was overjoyed. She laughed and followed Long Chen back to the Eternal Dragon City, and then to the Massacre Dragon City. Mo Xiaolang and Xueqi were fine. Long Chen asked Yang Yu and the rest to gather around him. After he felt at ease, he continued to cultivate in the Red Dragon Palace. At the same time, he was also waiting. Since the Netherworld Divine Lord was missing, someone would find this place sooner or later. After all, Long Chen had just fought with Emperor God Netherworld. There were only a few people who could defeat Emperor God Netherworld. Di Yao sat obediently beside him. The dignified Divine Emperor Princess supported her chin with her palm and looked at Long Chen with infatuation. She said nothing, as if this was enough. Time passed in this process. Since Di Yao didn't say anything and didn't disturb him, Long Chen didn't want to provoke her. As he sorted out the things he was currently good at and stabilized his power after becoming a god, he was also communicating with Lingxi and observing Lingxi's condition. Now, he was a real dragon and had reached the real dragon realm. He could go to the Origin Dragon Palace now. However, from the reminder after becoming a god, Di Yao should have said that the Origin Dragon Palace was very important. He didn't have the ability to protect the Origin Dragon Palace yet, so he couldn't go there recklessly for now. Otherwise, it would lead to unimaginable consequences. Moreover, Lingxi was still at a crucial moment, so he held back. Lingxi's condition was surprisingly good. She was going through a very gentle metamorphosis. This was probably the most top-notch metamorphosis among the gods in the myriad worlds. To be honest, this was definitely a huge opportunity that all gods and demons yearned for, but now, Lingxi was the one who got it. For an entire month, the elemental immortal source power gradually entered, fused, and transformed her body, making all the elemental immortal source power a part of her. First, the elemental immortal source power in the pool decreased every day. After about a month, this gentle yet terrifying metamorphosis was almost successful. Not only all the elemental immortal source power in the pool, but even the entire elemental palace and every trace of mist were all fused with Lingxi. Even Long Chen couldn't imagine how terrifying she would become. He only knew that now that he and Lingxi had settled so much, when the child was born, they would communicate again. It would definitely be very effective for both of them. How perfect was Lingxi now? She was shrouded in pure light, and one could vaguely see her peerless face and alluring figure. Even her slightly bulging belly had become so perfect. She didn't look like a human anymore, but more like the most perfect and delicate jade in the world. Even Long Chen's heart was filled with yearning when he saw her. This was the most holy and purest woman in the world. Towards her, Long Chen's heart was filled with more respect and protection. The elemental immortal source power had changed everything about her. Even in its initial state, it was still very shocking. At least, it had reached a level that Long Chen couldn't understand. Although Lingxi wasn't a god yet, she had the elemental immortal source power. At least in terms of physique, she had surpassed most gods, even Long Chen. This is just the initial state of the elemental immortal source power. In the future, as my realm grows, the elemental immortal source power will also gradually grow until it reaches the level of eternal rank. But by then, I should have already reached the God Emperor realm. This is very difficult. Lingxi was quite clear about her current situation. Long Chen was simply intoxicated. Even her voice had become more enchanting than before. Just a few words, and he couldn't help but be enchanted by her. In this world, there seemed to be no one more perfect than her. But there was one thing. On this dragon sacrificial continent, apart from innate talent, it seemed that only belief could become a god, just like Long Chen. But in fact, all the gods seemed to have lost their belief, and Lingxi herself didn't have anyone who believed in her. So what should she do next? Could she become a god like him? Just as Long Chen was still thinking, a sudden change occurred. Lingxi suddenly said quietly, "Chen, the great calamity of gods and demons is coming." Long Chen also discovered that the world tree was about to take shape. Although its range and scale were much smaller than his, it was still bigger than Mo Xiaolong's. But it was still very terrifying. I seem to have innate talent to become a god. This pure immortal source form is one of my innate talents. In other words, it's very likely that I've long reached this level, but I'm just lacking a kind of innate talent. And now, the pure immortal source form has given me this kind of innate talent. Do you feel confident? Long Chen was rather worried. No problem. What he heard was Lingxi's confident words. Long Chen felt extremely gratified for her. At the same time,
He also felt proud. She made up her mind to become stronger, and then she succeeded. Perhaps the heavens were creating her, but this was also inseparable from her perseverance and hard work. Just like when she chose to put down the spiritual sword and the pure sword to deal with Di Yao. The pure snow-white world tree appeared above the pure palace. After leaving the pure palace, Lingxi had already become the core of the world tree. At this moment, all of Long Chen's thoughts were on her. This was two of the three most important women in his life. Apart from his mother, Yang Yu, who wasn't here, his lover and daughter were all undergoing the test of the great calamity of gods and demons. If it was in the past, Long Chen definitely wouldn't be at ease, but now he had full confidence in Lingxi. He believed that she would definitely be able to complete it. The snow-white world tree was crystal clear and full of luster, just like Lingxi herself. She had just achieved the pure immortal source form, and the great calamity of gods and demons should have forged her even more solid, majestic, and boundless power. Lingxi had truly changed. This was the second time in her life that she had experienced such a huge change. In the past, in order to be a good wife, she changed from lively to gentle. Now, in order to protect her family, in order to catch up to Long Chen, she changed from gentle to magnanimous and powerful. Every move she made was worthy of respect. Long Chen's gaze was also on the world tree. He saw Lingxi's transformation in the great calamity of gods and demons with his own eyes. Whether it was the formation of the Heart of Law or the condensation of the world tree and the God Palace, it was extremely painful. Lingxi was like an ordinary deity, forming a billion god palaces. However, her god palaces were not living beings, but the pure immortal source form. It was the purest power. The great calamity of gods and demons was a continuous tribulation that required perseverance. Lingxi gritted her teeth and persevered, her expression unchanged. On the basis of the transformation of the pure immortal source form, another transformation occurred, allowing her pure immortal source form to rush to the god tier. The world tree, the god palace, and the heart of law were all perfect. In the heart of law, there was a primordial spirit that was like a real person. Lingxi herself had two kinds of Dao seals, namely the immortal sword Dao seal and the plain lady Dao seal. The immortal sword Dao seal fused with the Ling Su god sword Dao, while the plain lady Dao seal fused with the pure immortal source form. And now, when the torrent of law appeared, it was time for her to truly embark on the path of law. She was proficient in the laws. Be it God Emperor Ling Su's sword or the pure law, she could comprehend and cultivate them. The vast torrent of law appeared around the world tree. This almost meant that Lingxi had succeeded in becoming a deity. This time, she had gained a huge harvest. She was going to find the laws. The immortal sword law was in fact rather unorthodox. As for the plain law, it was almost the same as the karma law. It was even harder to find. Whether one could find it depended on luck and one's comprehension of the laws. After experiencing the cleansing of the pure immortal source form and the comprehension of the mortal sword Dao intent, it could be said that it was no problem for Lingxi to pursue these two laws. When she fused the immortal sword law and the plain lady Dao seal into the immortal sword Dao seal and the plain lady Dao seal, it meant that she had directly become a deity. Just like Long Chen, she had achieved the great ultimate god realm. In some aspects, she had even surpassed Long Chen. For example, the pure immortal source form. Lingxi had just become a deity. What she condensed wasn't the god spirit source form but the pure immortal source form. This meant that she didn't need to cultivate the infinite divine technique at all. In the future, her power level and physique would grow along with her cultivation realm. The pure immortal source form would evolve and become stronger. Even the current pure immortal source form was equivalent to the power of the creation realm. This was the result of the God Emperor. God Emperor Ling Su had almost left everything to her. Yesterday's news about the lunatic had spread far and wide. It was on the headlines of several major portals and hundreds of media outlets. Even television and other newspapers had it. Even my relatives and classmates saw it. Let's not talk about anything else and continue to write hard. Also, this 17K novel site is free. Everyone, come and support the original novel. Students who have mobile phones can just download a 17K novel app. The lunatic would communicate with everyone in the comment section. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.